I told mama to hold me. Told my son be better than me. All you gotta do is show me. You better not never give up hope. 13 years old, still in calls like that shit was a joke. Yeah, I been going through a lot. So much money I done made off this. I cannot go back right. They told me I got a place to keep. So I want that shit beside. I stack that shit like Batman, but my partner don't be robbed. I can't let nobody change me. I'm seeing demons when I sleep. That's why I gotta stay hydrated off codeine to permit the zone. Ain't been no fan, I'm also used to fan calls and designer things. Ain't got no friend no more. These niggas show fake love, they can't be trusted.
Too much, not gon' make a rated B like the FBI. Too much money, I'm colorblind, can't tell me nothing about my life. I'm gonna ride for my dog, give a damn if he wrong or right. Dirty sticks up under the sofa, dirty pistols, dirty sprite. First she's a peppermint, fly like a pelican, not in a reverend. In my closet got skeletons, she know I put this shit on like a mannequin. I know I'm heavy sin, I got the power like I'm Tommy Edison. No lie. One thing that I know is that letters, yeah. Never came up off a settlement, told him I'm settled in pocket big president, yeah. Fuck her that way in no measurements, and for the middleman, she can get treacherous, yeah. Bang, stab too many times, I know pain for real. Used to sleep on the floor, look where we came for real. Niggas make up what you let them, I'm not trying to hear it, that shit be so fake to me. Shit so make-believe, Vivian's Maybelline.
Shout out Southside Boom Daughter, Southside Boom, man. Make sure y'all go and check them out, man. Southside Boom, man, and Big YBA. Shout out to Big YBA too, man. Big YBA. I can't play his music on that though. He getting famous now. But shout out to both of them, man. Keep on working, man. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Before we get into it, I need y'all to smash that like button. Need y'all to smash that like button. Shout out Drosky, Big Drosky. What's up? Big Drosky, seeing you on this. Anthony Peterson, what's up? Ant, what's up? Shout out all the mods. Make sure y'all go and follow them wrenches.
Damn, my nigga Glock made this shit.
Real Mod Squad shit. Whole lot of Mod Squad shit. Shout out Trenches News, nigga. Shout out NC. Shout out Made Media. Shout out Spark. Shout out Queen. Shout out B. Shout out Nene.
Shout out Trapper God. Shout out Dro the Mob. Shout out Anthony Peterson. Shout out Joe Morton. Shout out Mo. What's Mo name? Bone Yak. He keep on changing his page. Shout out Bone Yak, Washington DC. He one of my mods. Shout out Sean Ward. Shout out Sean Ward. Sean Ward, man. What's Sean Ward at? Hey, shout out to all the mods, man. All the mod squad. Beezy, baby. Shout out to all of y'all. We finna get started, man. We finna get started, y'all.
See, hit my phone like Black make us a song. I hit YouTube, found a beat, 9 song. And see, you can go to her for the latest news. Like who told on who and who gave who the blues. Can't forget Queen Lotus, that's 126. Shorty smart as hell, gon' have you thinking about shit. Now let's get on the BZ on a down south shit. Shorty real as hell, she gon' tell you about your shit. And she dropping videos, go subscribe to her shit. Sparks got the visuals and 99% made media out west. He a film mode nigga. Get that nigga ranking chick out.
I made media.
And shout out Savage Black. We gon' party.
Shout out Mo.
Can't forget Nene. She catch bodies in the chat. It's that page make a real shit. Shorty gon' check. She gon' come back to the chat. Wipe his nosy out the chat. Can't forget Uncle Swipe, Mr. Miyagi to you niggas. You can call him Swiper Jordan or whatever. Say you nigga. And to the ones that left, we ain't worried about shit. But make sure you like the video before you dip.
Nah, fuck all that, man. I know Savage Black said hit the like button before you dip. Hit that motherfucker right now and after you dip if you can. You heard me? Hey, let's get it started though, man. Shout out to all my mods, the Mod Squad. This is a late night event, man. You know, I had to do it for y'all, man. I be in school and doing other shit, man. And then I can't neglect y'all, man. So I gotta make it happen, man. So make sure y'all smash that like button. I finna switch over and then I'm finna get back to y'all. Yeah, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. We back. Hey, we definitely talking about Dirk today. All you Dirk haters and all that shit be talking about. Why you keep on reporting about Dirk? Cause his lawyer keep on saying shit. Cause the feds keep on putting out shit. I'm gonna report about it until the day he get 100 years, nigga. Don't worry about me. Hey, look, you sending Dirk something, cause I'm sure sending him something. I'm sending him a nice care package. Goddamn it, this summer. Send him a D thing, rosary to that thing, and all that shit. I got Dirk, man. I appreciate him feeding my family, man. Whether he out or in jail, I'm still gonna make money. He gonna be rapping about murders if he get out. I'm still gonna make money. Hey, but shout out to everybody on here. So we talking about Lil Durk, most definitely his lawyer, man. I don't know, man, about y'all, bro, but like if I was fighting for my life outside looking in, I know a lot of people say that Drew Finland, he the coldest person on earth, and they only say it because he had Big Meech, he had Donald Trump, he had yeah, but how the fuck have he beat that's involved in a murder? Ain't nobody still answer that question, man. Everybody go around that question, you know. But I heard his resume, man. He beat a lot of cases, but he copped out, bro. A cop out is not beating shit, man. To me, if you cop out to a case, bro, you ain't beat it. If you got me, if the charge was 30 years and you got me 10, you ain't beat my case, nigga. I could have got that deal. Shit. And then the reason why I say Dirk needs some real lawyers, bro, he don't need no lawyers on the internet or going on world tours and shit, talking about the murder for hire case and shit. You don't need that, bro. You know what I'm talking about? You don't need no lawyer trying to outshine you, man. That's all I'm saying for Dirky. That's showing concern for Lil Durk, though. You hear me? I'm showing concern for Lil Durk. I just feel like he ain't gonna be shit with dude. You know what I'm talking about? This is not a look. One thing I respect about Drew, what he said, and I hope all the fans heard what he said, man. I put it in the front of the video, the little 22 seconds that he said it. Drew said one thing that I loved him about him. He said, man, the state court is like middle school. You hear me? The state court is like middle school. He say, but the feds is like the motherfucking NBA at the highest level. You hear me? Hey, when you compare a middle school and go straight from middle school to the NBA, nigga, you colder than Kobe, nigga. You hear me? I'm talking about the feds. He say the feds like the NBA, goddamn it. He said the state is like, goddamn it, what's the name? Hey, but we finna watch this. We finna watch this video, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Be respectful in the comments, man. Everybody got their opinion. You know, just don't be too far with little dirty piece in your mouth, man. That's all I'm asking, man. Don't get the don't get it. Don't get to doing reckless activities on my channel, man. You know, and that's holding it in your hand on your knees, nigga. Don't get to doing that shit.
He's done a fine job with almost everything I've ever seen him associated with. I'm here with none other than Drew Finland himself, man.
Hey, before we get started, we know what happened to King Von now, man. It ain't no mystery no more, man. Drew, he said it without saying it, man. King Von, the case with Lil Durk and Bezoo, man, they put that shit on King Von, man. That's all to it. Hey, take it for what it is. Hey, I would have put it on King Von. If he would have died and I was with him and I had caught a crime, I would have said Von did it too. So, you know, I ain't gonna play like I wouldn't have said Von did the shit. Von would have said Lil Durk did it, Durk would have died. Niggas be playing all tough and shit. When they talk about 40 years and your homie dead, you like, fuck that, he did it. Shit, he dead too? Shit, that should give you more strength to tell on his ass because he dead. Not saying your homie, you know, but yeah, saying your homie, but I ain't saying disrespectful like that.
How you doing, brother?
Great to be here, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Great to have you, man. Tell me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if lawyers kind of are chummy like this, but I've said this on my stream a lot of times. I said there's like a big three, right? You know, I know Kendrick says he don't like the big three, but there's a big three of lawyers. And I say from the Atlanta area. That's where you operate, right?
Yeah. But I'm everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Well, we see you everywhere now. You're in New Jersey. I say we got Drew Finland, Brian Steele, and Steven Sano. Yeah. And I say that's the three. There might be others. I won't slight anyone, but those are the three. Every time I'm seeing huge cases and I'm seeing favorable results, I'm like, these are the guys you need to call. Am I right with that?
Well, those are great lawyers. I'm a cheerleader of everybody that does this profession. As we talked about earlier, you know, I was president of the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So I'm a criminal defense lawyer, man. I bleed for the women and men of my profession. So those are great lawyers. But my community is filled with other as well, really dedicated, hardworking people that do cases that, you know, you and even I don't know about, but they're in the trenches every day. And they're fighting tough murder cases, not getting paid. I'm a big supporter of public defenders. So I kind of put, I call myself the socialist lawyer. I kind of put us all in an equal plane. And if things work out well for some of us, then that's cool. I celebrate everybody though, but I hear you.
Yeah, you're not gonna do that here. Like, I've seen you work some magic, and we're gonna get into it. I do want to kind of get to start with your history though, because how does one? And I do know a bunch of aspiring attorneys who they want to be the person that's repping the stars. Yeah. How do you get to elevate to that position where the rich, famous, the stars or rappers or whoever else, usually celebrities, they're calling your line to have you defend their freedom, something they probably cherish the most? How do you get to that point?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I give speeches all over the country, and I always get.
Hey, AK did ask some good questions. He did ask some good questions, though. He did ask. He even threw Jam in there. You hear me? Hey, if Jam, it ain't Jam, man. Jam got some hell of a lawsuits, man. Jam might take some channels. Hey, Jam might be taking some channels. I don't know. That's why Jam sitting back. I think Jam sitting back and just letting everybody keep on reporting, and then he gonna just swap everybody's shit. Jam ain't that goddamn smart. Jam ain't graduate from motherfucking 7th grade. Hey, but anyways, though, hey, I don't want no lawyer coming in like the Man in Black and shit, bro. I don't want no lawyer who talking on the internet like, bro. Hey, hey, look, he a good lawyer. What you call that shit, Nene? He a good lawyer for what it's called, like curving the narrative. What it's called? Damn, I'm gonna think about it. But yeah, he good at public keeping the public down, like making the public swerve a certain way. That's what he good at. Yeah, public control. That's what he do. Yeah, he do look like one of the Blues Brothers.
Ask that question. I think a few rules. One, you got to try cases. Like, you got to be in front of the people, and you have to be savvy in front of a jury. You have to be somebody that can be a true persuader of people, and all people, not just lawyers, just not the media, but really talking to 12 people, trying to convince them that somebody that's charged with murder with 5 eyewitnesses is not guilty of those charges. And so you got to be a great persuader of people. And the only way to do that is to get in there and from the moment you have an opportunity to try as many cases as possible. The other thing is, don't try to be one of the famous people. Like when you and I talk today, we're going to talk about Gucci. To me, he's just Raydrick. CEOP, I tell him all the time, I don't even know who that is, because you're Henry's son, Pierre. Yeah. Coach K, man, you're Kevin to me. You got to remember that with anybody that's famous, Lil Baby is just Dominique. And I'll talk to him on the way over here. It's Dominique. You have to relate to them as the person they are, not the performer they are. they rather you do that. They don't want you to treat them as a performer. And the other thing I tell lawyers is, like, if you're going to represent people in the music industry, man, don't sit there and, you know, fly to Dubai so you can take Instagram pictures and look like a rapper. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
The great people in this industry, they want like you to be a great lawyer. I mean, these people that are successful in music and in hip hop, they're freaking brilliant. Like
Hey man, hey Big Dirt. I know you be watching my page and shit, man. India, one of y'all on there, somebody on here from OTF. Hey man, look, if y'all want Dirt to have a little bit of chance, bro, y'all got to get rid of them lawyers. You got to go and grab Brian Steele, Jerry Spence. You got to bring him out of retirement. He ain't never lost the case, bro. He the only one in United States history, but he ain't never lost the case. Jerry Spence. Jerry with a G, not a J. Jerry, Gerry Spence. Google him if you think I'm playing. He needs somebody, man. This dude a celebrity lawyer, man. He a celebrity lawyer, bro.
I can't finish Roses Are Red, Violets Are Blue.
Yeah.
But man, they could just string shit together over and over again. I saw on one of the shows that one of my favorite people, John Kirk, the baby, he was on some show and he just started freestyling for like 3 minutes. I don't know, something crazy.
Yeah. No, he's good at that.
I called him up and I'm like, you're crazy. You're so amazing. And I know because of our relationship that guy's got like an IQ off the charts. And so they all share that in common.
Hey, I'm glad somebody said that he didn't become a top paying lawyer. Hey, I'm glad that Drew kept it 100. He broke down how NBA YoungBoy got off. He said NBA YoungBoy ain't had no gang in his background or none of that. So they was looking at NBA YoungBoy like a crackhead the whole time. The judge, the jury, and everything. I'm glad that he broke that down, bro. It's a big difference between a crackhead crime or a gun charge. Hey, look, just put it like this. If they ain't letting Cairo out for a gun, Lil Durk ain't getting out, period. I'm just going to say it like that. If they ain't let Cairo out for a gun on probation, they tell Cairo that they want 10 out of him. Goddamn, what you think they want out of Lil Durk? And Cairo got a lawyer, one of the best lawyers in Chicago, on some real shit, that beat shit, that really beat murders and shit. Cairo got the lawyer. Cause they told Cairo they want him to do 10 years. They want some time out of little old Cairo. The guy who got whooped at McDonald's, Mr. McKnuckles. Yeah.
We're all young and brilliant people. And so they're looking at your lawyer skills. They are observing whether or not you have a crisp cross-examination, whether you communicate effectively to a judge. So you got to be the best lawyer you can to pass muster with those folks.
You brought up a very interesting point. So like what you're describing to me, I'm like you have a charisma about you, but I think you're exactly right. You don't try to just be around the rappers and don't try to be in that lifestyle. I remember there was a lawyer, and I think this is like the opposite of that, where I guess you have to walk a fine line, because the opposite of being on too far on the other side. I remember Max B, like he did an interview with his lawyer, and his lawyer kind of felt like the rapper than him. Mm-hmm. Then he got 99 years, and then people were like, "Yo, the lawyer was cool with the interview, but what happened in court?" How do you prevent from being the person who's maybe media wise you're getting talked about, but you're like chucking these cases, because again, the results does matter in your business, right?
Yeah, and you know, that's another thing I talk to young lawyers about all the time. Like, when all's said and done, it really depends how effective you are in trials. Like, even if you're going to ultimately get a great deal, you get a great deal if you're a great trial lawyer. It's not negotiating skills. It's your ability to win. People are scared because they know, oh shit, this may take 3 weeks. It may take 3 months. It may take a year, but this dude's going to come in and win the case. That's how you get a great deal. And the way that you're effective as a lawyer is communicating with everyday people. So it doesn't really help me to go to a club and hang out with rappers, because that's not how my jury's going to be. So when you and I go to a restaurant, you're going to go like, man, what's up with Drew? He's not even talking to me tonight. He's talking to the servers, because the server who's going to be on the jury. And so if somebody's doing construction at my house, I'm talking to them constantly, because I kind of want to know who they are and what appeals to them, because that's what's going to help me win. And it's not going to help me win to just hang out with a bunch of rappers at a club. Doesn't help me at all. It's a little bit of foolishness from my perspective.
Yeah. What was the first notable case that involved a musician that you remember having represented?
Mother's Day in America, a time to honor all mothers on this special day. Your strength and care.
Let's see, like an actual musician.
Yeah.
So I was fortunate enough to get like a kind of a string of famous people. I got to help Shaquille O'Neal when I was young. I got to help Dennis Rodman. So they were famous. And then the famous
Are these criminal cases or it might be civil?
Yeah.
And
like
do you do civil?
Only like high level civil cases will be
Okay.
choosy, but I got to help them in some situations. So things started rolling in, and then I started representing Gucci.
Yeah.
And then
that was for the gun case, right?
Yes.
Federal
But
gun.
first Harlem Nights.
Okay.
Yeah. First it was the fight at Harlem Nights. And then I met a young guy behind a plexiglass window that was charged with a case that had kind of an unknown lawyer that his mom had paid hardly anything for, but he was starting to get a little gravitas, named Kiari Cephas, who's Offset.
Ooh,
and then the Migos thing started. And so it was Gucci, it was Migos, and then it was Waka. I went to trial in his case, got a not guilty in his gun case. And then, as we said at the office, we couldn't keep up with the phone calls.
Hey, that's all he keep on beating, y'all. I ain't heard him say he beat a body yet, but he fighting a murder for hire. That's all I'm saying, y'all. To the Lil Durk fans. That's all I'm saying. Look, just let hit me out. I hear y'all out. Y'all hate Trench News reporting about Child Master. I understand that. But listen to me. Just hear me out. Just hear me out now. Lil Durk needs a new lawyer, man. I'm telling y'all, bro. This is not the states, man. I'm telling y'all, bro. Hey, look, everybody who's saying Lil Durk gonna get free, I know y'all said that about O Block too, then y'all. I know y'all said Goonie Gang gonna beat it too, huh? And the hobos and the rest of the motherfuckers, they didn't beat it though. On everything, niggas facing life right now. You hear me? Niggas probably up in there trying to drop Blues Clues to get their time sentence. Hey, move up. You know, Lil Durk, yeah, I was on the plane with him. Cold-blooded. Yeah, he do need Mr. Steel, bro. He definitely do. I agree with you.
After that, and then the out-of-state phone call started. And since then, literally, we get phone calls on everybody. Even if it doesn't ultimately become our case, we just hear from people on cases, and we're happy to just talk to them. It's been nonstop.
Do you turn down those cases? Like now, like these days, is it a mutual thing where they might not go with you and you might turn it down as well? Or do you usually take any case that is offered?
So that's a great question. It has to be the way we want to do the case. So we're not going to jump in a case last minute, and we know what it takes because we have bandwidth, right? We're 5 lawyers, and we think that we have a method of how to win cases, and then we'll partner up with some people in other parts of the country. And so it has to be our way or the highway. And so we need a lot of time to work on a case because from the beginning, we're developing the case so that ultimately we can win the case. And then there's finances that are involved, and they're generally non-negotiable.
Oh, really? Yeah. I've heard lightly about that. I definitely would have prowled a little bit into that. But for example, let's stick with, you made a very important point. And by the way, of course, for everybody watching, we're going to get into some of the names of who's represented. Of course, also Durk, who is currently in federal custody, which a lot of people are interested in that case. But for example, if it was a situation like we just seen recently in Diddy's case, Brian Steele just got added as a co-counsel, and he's kind of added like pretty much 2 weeks to 3 weeks before trial. Could you work with a situation like that? Because again, that doesn't seem as Brian Steele is obviously, we just seen what he did, but we don't know if he's going to run the show. It looks like they probably already had like some plan already in motion. What would you have done in that situation if they asked you?
Well, I know a lot about that case. We'll just leave it at that.
They hollered at you.
Yeah. Well,
Diddy got the money now. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, I don't kiss and tell. But I know a lot about that situation and that case from way back. And we all do things differently. And so I like to get a case in the beginning, in the inception, and influence the trajectory of the case. And as you know, because I admire your knowledge that you've gathered, which is better than probably 90% of the lawyers I know. you know that from the beginning, you want to influence what your type of motions that you want to file, because your motions are dictating like the direction you're going to take with the case. So for example, you see a motion to eliminate. A motion to eliminate to me is like when you buy a game for your kids and it gives you the instructions on the rules on what you can and can't do. That's what a motion to eliminate is. So I want to influence from the beginning the rules that I want to apply to the case, because I know that vision I have for 9 months or a year down the road. And so for me personally,
Oh, Drew cocky, huh? Man, the feds finna slap Durk with some more charges. Watch, man. Hey, Drew fucking up for Lil Durk, man. Hey, Big Durk, y'all better fight him, bro. He fucking up, man. I'm telling y'all, bro. The feds finna smack. Hey, look, if they ain't show nothing, they finna smack him over his head. He talking about some, it's my way or the highway, like he's some mobster or something. Hey, Lil Durk, you better get it. He gonna be in there with Lil Durk. All them damn gang members you represent.
it's really tough to get in a case at the end. Plus, there's just so many reservations at my restaurant. You know, my practice. And so it's difficult for us to just jump into something because we're booked up. We're booked up for a while. And usually if you get a case, like someone calls me right now, the case may not go to trial for a year or two. So it would be difficult. But if I'm going to do a case, it's going to be the way that I want to do it. And it's going to be the team that I assemble. Although I will tell you that I think Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garagos are great people, and they're super dedicated, man. They have given their life to the case. Literally, they've given their life to the case.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that turns out. I always wanted to ask this, and I'm guessing a lot of people watching are probably thinking the same question. And we got to hear it from a top tier criminal legal expert out there. If say I kill somebody, and I hire you, should I tell you I did it, or should I just be like, this is the charge, and you go from there? Like, do you like for the person to tell you the truth? Like, all right, listen, no cameras on. This attorney-client privilege. Did you shoot him? Because you might be able to use that knowledge to form a defense, or do you like to just operate with what's charged and what's the evidence and figure out how you could deconstruct that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and get it asked all the time. And it really doesn't play that way. Like, no one comes in and they'll say like, hey man, I just wasted a dude, but let's say I didn't do it. There's usually what I call black and white cases and then gray cases. A black and white case is like, hey man, I want to hire you for this murder case, but I got to tell you, I was 75 miles away at the time and I have 7 witnesses to say it. Tried those cases. Okay. Then there's the gray cases where they come in and they're like, hey, Drew, I wasted that dude. I mean, I shot him and I shot him good, but you know why I shot him? Because that dude threw 3 punches at me and then reached in his pocket and I knew he was going to pull out a knife or a gun. That's a great case. And so someone under those circumstances is going to tell you that they did it, but affirmatively that their defense is, but here's the reason why they did it. So I personally never had anybody come in and do the whole, like, I did it, but let's come up with some bullshit story.
Oh, and then be like, yeah.
Now I know Lil Durk fuck around and told you he did it, because the way him and Boonamo them was saying I did it, you gonna end up by that tree. I did it, we did it, he did it. I'm like, Durk got too much motherfucking money to be with these niggas, man. And these niggas ain't even got enough love for Durk to be saying this shit on camera, bro. They recording it and everything. I did it. That shit gonna come back to bite him, man. I'm telling you, a lot of them shit's gonna come back to bite Durk, bro. That's why he in jail right now. That's why he in jail, bro. All that fucking rapping, all that shit he talking about, bro. Like, hey, look, to a dummy, you know, oh man, yeah, Durk just rapping. But if you from the streets and you know, you like, damn, fool got smoked last week. He talking about food, you know. Like, ain't no motherfucker dumb, bro. You shouldn't do it anyway. You shouldn't be rapping about murders, bro, after you kill somebody, bro. You ain't even supposed to be talking about it no more. But they live off that shit.
Yeah, I crashed out. I just crashed out.
Yeah.
You know?
No, normally it's a self-defense case when someone comes in and they tell you did, or I've done the accident cases where, yeah, I did it, but it was an accident. Let me explain to you, you know, the gun went off on accident, you know, that kind of thing. So they'll say they did it, but they'll be an explanation. And that kind of goes to other cases as well, like a fraud case. Yeah, I did it, but my accountant said it was the correct thing to do.
Are there ever cases where you look at the allegations and you're like, yeah, I want no parts of that? In terms of, it could be just heinous acts that the person's accused of. It could be child molestation. It could be sex trafficking, whatever it could be. But you're like, you know what? This might end up being some high profile stuff. This could be a reputation hit. If I'm the person defending you, and especially the evidence is kind of seems already super compelling and overwhelming. Yeah, I don't want to touch this. Do you make those decisions?
Yeah. So I always say that we don't turn away a case because of the nature of the charge, just like we don't turn away a case because of the race of the person or the ethnicity or the sexual orientation of them. In like fashion, we don't look at the charge because I think that's the downfall of our profession. Respectfully to people, I mean, like I said in the beginning, man, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I support my sisters and brothers that do this all over the country and stand with them in all their cases, whether they're public defenders or doing high profile work. I just think the system topples when we turn down cases. That being said, if you're going to come into my office and you're going to tell me this is how we're going to run the case, and a lot of con people do this, okay, then you can get on your Nikes, open the door and run away as fast as you can, because I'm not going to represent you, because again, it's my way or the highway, because I'm the lawyer. So some people will come in and think they could dictate to you, okay, maybe because they have a lot of money. And when that happens, I don't want to mess with it. They can leave.
That's interesting. It kind of reminds me of what report.
Hey, you know what kills me, man? When people defend this shit, man. That nigga wanted to go to jail, man. He was rapped about federal nightmares a long time ago, man. He rapped about Red Man. He said the next 10 years why I'm gonna be in the feds, and now y'all motherfuckers mad, man. Y'all mad after Lil Durk said this shit out his own mouth. They asked me why I'm gonna be there the next 10 years. I told them the feds. That nigga a good motherfucker prediction, man. He a good predictor, man. I'm telling you, bro. He predicted this shit, bro. Ain't nobody hating on him. Ain't nobody doing none of that shit. Hey, and Tommy, I'm sorry, man. But once they slap them handcuffs on you guilty until proven innocent, man. If you in jail, man, ain't no innocent until proven guilty. Your ass is guilty. You in jail, goddammit. If you was innocent, guess where you would be at? On the street. Does that make sense to you? If a nigga was innocent, he'll be on the streets.
Reportedly, or actually she put out via letter, Sean Holly said about Tory Lanez. She basically said, hey, I advised them that going to court with this strategy is a losing strategy and that we should potentially consider a plea deal. And obviously Tory's like, fuck out of here. Like, yo, I got the money. We're going to trial. She stepped down. If you and a client have a disagreement about whether you should either take it to trial or consider a plea deal, or maybe even a method of how it should go to trial. Like, for example, I think in that situation, they were exploring the option of Tory being on the stand, and they ran some mock things, and they're like, yeah, this is not going to work. And Tory was like, no, let's do it. And now you're getting paid still.
Yeah.
But do you ethically step down, or you say, well, as long as the funds keep coming in, because you say that's non-negotiable. Do you try their way and be like, as long as you know this is on you, buddy?
Yeah.
Well, how do you do it?
So let's start with this. Sean's a close friend of mine, but I don't even know about this. We don't talk about stuff like that. I literally don't know anything about that case because I'm so busy with my own cases.
Yeah.
And so literally I haven't even had this conversation with her. But if the client wants to go to trial, let's crank it up. I mean, why else do this? I love trying cases. That's like, why did I do this in the first place? I didn't do this stand at a podium and enter a plea.
Yeah.
That's boring as shit. Cranking it up. You kidding? It's like you can't even describe the high of being in trial. It is the coolest thing in the world.
Really?
Yeah. Like when I talk to other trial lawyers, even like civil lawyers that, do what I do. I was in Houston with the lawyers, we filed that massive lawsuit in the death of Takeoff.
Yeah.
And it's the greatest civil team in the country. This just bang up, Hall of Fame lawyers.
By the way, how is that going?
It's going good.
Update on that.
We're in the deposition stage.
Okay.
And we love his mom and Takeoff, may he rest in peace. Just one of the greatest guys of all time.
Speaking about that, so on the criminal side, it feels like things kind of hit a roadblock, or it seems really slow. They did charge a guy, but he's out on bond. We're hearing, like, I think some of this is misinformation, that the charges aren't really going to go anywhere. The civil pursuit, and in most civil pursuits that have a criminal charge associated with it, you guys are constantly looking over the other side to say, okay, so what's going on with that? That would help us improve in some negligence, improving whatever, to get whatever damages and punitive damages we need. Has that been difficult with the takeoff situation?
No, we're not, because we've not named any individuals. We only name corporate entities, so we don't really care what's happening in the criminal case.
Oh,
No individuals have been named by our team. That's separate. We just name the corporate entities, the
mall,
real estate entities, exactly.
And there was a store there. Okay,
yes, there's security or lack thereof. So we really have nothing to do with that. That being said, I love his family so much that we do keep track of what's going on, just so I can, kind of interpret for the family what's going on, particularly his wonderful mom. But in terms of the civil case, there's no connection. So I'm going to go back to your question, because I want to answer it. So if a client wants to go to trial, we're never going to twist their arm and make them go to trial. But if we're going to go to trial, we're not going to put up some bullshit like make-believe stuff. We're just not going to do that. Ethically, we can't do that. I don't know if that happened in this case. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But, we're going to try the case. And we believe in, you mentioned focus groups. Focus groups are great if you can afford them, right? That's one of the things that you got to have money to have, because focus groups are amazing, right? I mean, to get.
Is it usually like roundabout accurate with the results it kind of yields?
Focus groups they're amazing.
Six Block Millie, hit me up on Instagram. 6 Block Millie, hit me up tomorrow. I got you. Hey, do you want me to show you how to get blocked, buddy? Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony Peterson. What he said. Hey, now, yeah, this guy seems like he seems like he a celebrity, bro. He ain't dropping no game. Hey, like my man said, he getting paid regardless, man. Win or lose, he still going home with the check, man. Ain't no refunds on that. Ain't no you lost. I got to give you 300, 400,000 back of this 2 million. Ain't none of that.
Man. Yeah. Think about when you do a focus group, like if you came to one of our focus groups, in New York, it's the same ones where like Fritos is testing, right? Where people are doing hand sanitizer, behind the window. And that's how those products by these billion-dollar companies, this is how they're deciding what kind of corn chip to sell. And so they've proven their accuracy. We use the same exact facilities, and they are incredibly helpful. And the thing is that
how expensive, by the way?
They're expensive. They're really expensive. And one of the problems now, like to get super technical, because I know you like that, is in federal cases, one of the challenges. So for example, when we talk about Durk, I'm a little bit limited. I'm a lot limited because of protective orders, which, in federal cases, you don't see those in state cases. So protective orders are signed, everybody's signed, and you can't talk about 95% of the case because you sign it away. Like you literally have to sign that you won't leave your laptop in an unattended vehicle. That's how important it is. And so the reason
is this all because I in the Diddy case, I remember they felt people were like yapping their mouth, and they shut that down. There's a bunch of protective orders that the judge signed. In Durk's case, they did too. Is that usual for most federal criminal cases?
It's usual in high-end cases.
Okay.
In high-end cases. And so the reason is that becomes difficult because you really can't do a focus group, right? So you're at a disadvantage. It's difficult to do a focus group if 95 to 99% of the things you want to put in front of these 12, 14 people from the community, you can't even put in front of them because it's blocked by the protective order. But they're prevalent in the big cases. And the other restraining thing in the Southern District of New York, because you're talking about Diddy's case, in the Southern District of New York, and I think in DC, Boston, and Philadelphia, there are local rules that really tie the hands of the parties being able to talk about the case.
Really?
So yeah. So that's one of the issues that has really come up. And where I am really empathetic to Diddy's defense team and to, you know, Mark and Tenny for all these months, you know, this whatever 9 months they've been working on this, is that you'll see that a lot of time the U.S. Attorney's Office will do what's called a speaking indictment.
Yeah.
Right. It's just an indictment that tells the story, most of which will never go back with a jury, but the cat's out of the bag, and then you can't really respond to it in those districts. Right. Because you want to just go to the courthouse steps and just go crazy about a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
But you really can't. Your hands are tied. And of course, as you know, in the beginning, Mark was trying his best to address it, and then it became an issue with the court.
Yeah. Do you ever have a conflict of interest? I'm gonna give you two situations. For example, let's say the person who is accused of murder and takeoff said, "Hey, I need Drew. I need him to represent me." And in that conflict of interest, let's remove the civil case that you're associated with. Imagine if it was just, "Hey, listen, I'm really close with the family. This is someone who, you know, obviously I had a relationship with, I cared about, but now the person that's accused of murdering him wants to just hire me as a lawyer." Does that ever play in, and do you have to make an ethical choice or just a choice to say, "Hey, I can't do this"?
Yeah, all the time. We just don't do the cases.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a high profile murder, and you know, unfortunately, in the music industry, there's so many of these things going on, and people contact us. I mean, I get, you know, I get DMs constantly.
I can imagine.
And we just can't do the cases. You know, we just can't do it.
One last thing before we get to the Durk case, as much as we could talk about RICO cases.
Mhm.
I've always said, I think federal RICO specifically, but really any conspiracy case, even if it comes and originates in state court, they're kind of made and fitted that it's pretty much almost just impossible to beat outright. So you end up with usually either plea deals after it drags for so long because they're usually so loaded, it takes a while. Or even if you don't get found guilty of all of the things alleged in there, you'll get found guilty of some of these, like what they call predicate offenses or whatever,
Right.
like one or two of them. You get what I'm saying? You might be the top one, but then you still get found, and it's still RICO. It feels like it's been targeted to, or you know, they're using against rappers more and more, right? What are your thoughts about it? What's your strategy as an attorney for it? And what advice do you have to rappers who are scared of it?
Yeah. Wow. You
like that, right?
You got 45 minutes. Okay. The roller coaster is getting ready to take off.
Let's go.
Strap yourself on. Let me tell you what RICO is. I love baseball.
Mhm.
Okay. And there was an era in baseball where baseball was like, all the games were like 1-0, 2-0, and everybody stopped going to games. And then everybody started shooting up steroids. And everybody was just hitting home runs out of the freaking park.
My man, Mark McGuire.
Exactly. It made baseball easier. It made hitting a baseball easier. It just did. All of a sudden, no one can get to 61 home runs. Now 61 was bullshit. Everybody was just like getting close, and then bam. That's what RICO is. RICO is for the weak leg prosecutor that's scared of losing because they know it makes things easier, because you don't have to prove those offenses. You just have to show a pattern of behavior. And so RICO to a prosecutor is steroids to a baseball player in the 90s. It just makes their job easier. And so then you combine that with this crazy madness template in Fulton County, Georgia, right? I mean, the same template, if you took YFN, YSL, the former president of the United States, and 3 other indictments I can show you right now, and just laid them down next to one another, it's the same thing.
You mean the current president?
Right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Back at that time, when the indictment, yes, 45 and 47. But
45,
at the time the indictment came down, he was a former president. Right?
Exactly.
You're exactly right. If you took them down and you laid them down side by side, they're all the same. It's the same template, and that template is what took forever to try a case, and it just drags on and it drones on. And the reason why, at least in the music industry, it is such bullshit and so unfair. Look at some of those overt acts. Right? A picture. I mean, it would be literally a picture at a gas station. Okay. Like I have them, of clients. So a client goes to their old neighborhood, takes a picture, And now they're going back there. And the Instagram picture is an overt act to support a RICO allegation. And so these predicate acts are what take so long, and why you have these cases that take 6 months, 9 months, a year to try.
That's the interesting thing. And I read a whole bunch on it, but I watched a bunch of YouTube videos. The overt acts, which I think this is such a clever way, and you're right, this definitely helps the prosecutor. So the overt acts aren't even crimes themselves. It's like, well, the reason why he went to the store is because he was getting a supply for the crime, right? Going to the store isn't a crime, but if you claim it's a conspiracy, going to the store to get the items for the crime, it's an overt act. And at that point, you can kind of make up anything, right? Hey, well, if someone booked some flights for his homies to go to somewhere, right? Or if some flights are booked, you could be like, well, they booked it for the murder. No. These guys follow him around everywhere. They go on vacation together. They go to the studio together. But it's up to the interpretation. How do you fight it as a criminal defense attorney?
Well, first of all, let me just say this. It's not even going to the store to buy anything. It's just a picture of you being at the store.
Hell yeah.
You're at the store that's in a neighborhood that you shouldn't be in, because apparently a prosecutor that's sitting in their office has decided that act can't be in that neighborhood. So they make it an overt act. And what you got to do is you got to take it on, and you got to take it head on. And you have to, that's why, to be in these cases in the very, very beginning is so important, because you have to go after all that, and you have to tell whatever judge you're in front of, like, look, we need to take the scalpel to these cases. And then what they'll do, and this is what Fulton County did, is they'll just list 500 witnesses. 80 to 90% of them, they never even interviewed.
Hey, I was watching the case, and they played one of my videos, and the prosecutor said, according to the DJ Academics video, and then the judge said, well, we're not going to use this unless you can get DJ Academics in here. And the prosecutor was mulling it over, and I'm thinking, what the hell? No one's ever contacted me about this. You guys are using bloggers. This is crazy, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And so we look at some of these cases, because we represent so many of these people. I'll call them up, and I'll call up somebody famous and go, you're on a witness list? Like, what are you talking about? And so
they tried to do it to put Lucci's name as a witness, like he agreed on YSL's case. And I think you did a great job of clearing that up. You knocked it out of the park. You said, fuck out of here.
Exactly. And there were other people on there. I don't even want to say their names. But there were other people on their case and on our case. And there was no way. No one ever contacted us. I mean, here, I'm Drew Finland. Reach out to me. You want to call me? You want to talk to me? Nobody ever called me. I said that over and over again in interviews. I haven't heard from anybody. But if you're going to call, here's your answer. He's not testifying now or ever. And so, but that's what they do. And it just takes up so much time. And where we fortunately went second in YFN, and where our judge started, because, we were battling this judge for 3 years, keeping Lucci in. Where our judge started seeing the light during those first 3 weeks is in these rulings he was making. He started seeing the light. And I would constantly tell him, even though he had a bunch of lawyers, I would constantly say, Judge, look what's going on downstairs.
Because you guys are in the same building, right?
Same building. Wow. Do we want that? And then it became really clear.
They went through 3
God
judges. Thank you.
Yeah. It became really clear to our judge. Our judge started making these rulings, and then it looked like things were going to go in a really different direction. And so, you just have to attack all that crap that's in that template. It's the same template. But the other thing that's really unfair about it is how many lawyers can give up that much of their life to try these cases. And they lose all of them. All these cases fall apart. Where's one that, the case that involved the election in 2020, that had an expiration date on that case. That case was never going to go anywhere the way it was drafted. Zero chance. It was never going to go anywhere. It was just going to die,
And then, what I just thought about y'all as I'm sitting back watching and listening to Drew the Celebrity, number 56, Finland. God damn it. Ain't Academics the one who asked Lil Durk? He asked Lil Durk, he said, oh man, so they say slide for Vine. And then Lil Durk say, oh, you don't see them trolling in the comments no more. This who your lawyer decided to go on a motherfucking mission with. Like, this guy gotta be this. That motherfucker gotta be crazy, man. Like for real, I just thought about that. Like Academics, the one who asked them about the Slide for Vaughn shit. Now he got his lawyer on this motherfucker. That nigga ain't getting out of that, man. Lil Durk better fire dude, man. If Lil Durk want a chance, he ain't getting out, period. But if he want a chance to get out, like he got to go and get the real lawyers, bro. Get them about $5 million and hopefully they can get you 20 years, man. Other than that, his ass fried, man. He got this motherfucker crooked ass. I'm gonna take your money anyway, even though I know you fuck.
Has basically died. The YSL case, okay, just dragged on and on.
By the way, the election interference case, especially after they start the probe into Fani and the special prosecutor, I thought Fani was done, but then I realized the demographic down there because she got reelected again. Is she done with? Is she done with these RICO charges against these large groups? I think she learned her lesson, right? Like you went at the president, that was embarrassing.
Yeah.
You went at YSL, you wasted so much of taxpayer dollars, right? And also you wasted the resource of these guys, but you're wasting taxpayer dollars. Lost that. Got no significant or substantial convictions with YFN. What's the point? You're wasting money, right?
Yeah, totally. And they need to come to an end. And hopefully they have come to an end because, you know, if you go back to 2022, so, you know, my office is in Fulton County. I live in Fulton County. I love Fulton County. One of my kids is a public defender in Fulton County. One of my attorneys was a public defender, who's my son, is what our office. So in 2022, if you look at what happened when these cases were all kind of, you know, hitting 100 miles an hour, the jail population surged to 3 times its limit. It fit, I don't know, like 1,150 people. I think we got 3,400. I think in 2022, 2 dozen people died. I think 8 or 9 of them were from murders. And it's not the sheriff's fault. The sheriff can't move cases. But when the district attorney's office has taken their eye off the ball, when the district attorney's office is pouring resources into these multiple ridiculous RICO cases that ultimately all fall apart, they all fall apart. And then you're doing this other case regarding the election, all your attention is focused on other things and your other cases are just not moving. And then you have tragedy. And tragedy is overpopulation in a jail where, irrespective of the fact that these people are charged with crimes, these people that are in this jail deserve to not be bunked up twice as much, sleeping on floors, sleeping on mattresses on the floor. That's just bullshit. That's just unfair. That's everything un-American was taking place. So the lesson, as you said, needs to be learned. Stop all that garbage. Focus on what you have in front of you. Learn from back in the old mob cases. Remember Pizza Connection and all those big mafia cases. The Department of Justice learned in the late 80s and 90s, you can't do 9-month or year trials. It doesn't work. If they learn their lesson, then little old Fulton County should take a look at what happened there and just go back to 2 and 3 week trials and not do the crap that they've been doing.
Yeah. What advice would you give to the rappers who are, I'm going to be honest with you. I've spoke to rappers in and around the Atlanta area, and they're definitely, and it's not an indication they're doing something wrong, but they don't want to get caught up in something, right? You know, a lot of these guys come from, oh, these are my crew, these are my friends. Yeah. Then they start making it a record label, and then it turns into something else. And then now people become a little bit concerned because they're like, hey, you know, for example, in the case with, like, say, well, not the case, but the situation with Lil Baby, you have the police, I don't know if it was commissioner, but one of the police, probably lieutenants or something, they came out and they had a whole press conference. They said, hey, this guy, we're going to hold him accountable. He shouldn't have had that music video shoot in that neighborhood, right? And then subsequently, we hear just rumors that there might be another RICO coming. How do you avoid that? Like, how do you even, you know, you say you spoke to me, not to repeat whatever you said, but how do you give someone advice? Because it looks like Baby's trying to stay out of the way, right?
So Dominique Jones is such a fine young man. A Lil Baby, Dominique Jones. I mean, this is a guy that I talk to regularly. This is a guy that I care deeply about. I've known him from the beginning. A little information about him. You know, as you know, he served a few years in jail. I've gotten him 2 national speaking engagements. And I mean, he stole the show. I had him speak to a packed audience about prisoner reentry issues. He put him on a panel in Atlanta. Mike Epps, the comedian, was my honorary co-chair, flew in. He was my co-chair. We did this program when I was president of NECDL, packed. We had prosecutors, judges, defense lawyers, standing room only. I mean, people that worked at the hotel were out there that had records listening. And Dominique was like just doing this amazing presentation. Then after he did the bigger picture, right, which, as you know, was really thematically the story about post George Floyd. I got him a national, it was virtual because it was in the height of COVID. I got him a national speaking engagement. I mean, he spoke to lawyers from coast to coast, from border to border. So the guy is amazing in his turnaround. So shame on anybody that throws shade at him. I mean, shame on them. They need to look in the mirror what they're doing with their fucking life. Okay. Because I'm defensive of him, to be honest, because he's a good kid doing it the right way.
Yeah, Lil Durk better fire him, man. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, all Lil Durk fans, man, that be on my channel be trolling this shit. Y'all need to go and troll India. Y'all need to go and troll Big Durk and OTF Chugs and tell them, man, hey, look, y'all need to tell Lil Durk, man, to fire Drew Finland, man. That's who y'all need to go and troll, man, or y'all ain't gonna never see Smirkio no more. King Mustafa.
Am I allowed to say that word?
Of course, man.
Yeah. And so that's first. Let's get that out of the way. But let me talk about that video shoot, man. See, this is the problem when people look into this music industry. Why I am protective of these young men and women that I care about. Who thinks that an international superstar like Dominique Jones, Lil Baby, what did he show up at a shopping center with 2 iPhones and a buddy and said, hey, let's do a video? There were all corporate entities involved. It was a corporate transactional decision to do that. So some cop is going to sit there and get to podium and get a little publicity by ranting and raving without doing their homework. Do yourself a favor before you open your pie hole, okay? And do a little research. And then what you'd find out is that this is a professional video shoot in which major corporations are involved. And that's how these decisions are made. The problem is for some reason in this musical genre, people just assume the worst. They don't realize that there are massive corporations that are involved. I mean, look at the record labels that we're talking about. Look how much money people are spending to buy them. You know the people I'm talking about. I mean, people that you and I know have made hundreds of millions of dollars selling their labels. And so
that's my man Pete, man. It's my guy.
It's
300, really.
I mean, and so you're right.
You get it.
And so, by the way, he did call me afterwards and tell me when that happened that he and I were going to take up golf. So when he's watching this, I'm still waiting. I don't play golf. He doesn't play golf. But I told him we'd be the 2 best dressed guy at the course. We're never going to play.
Yeah, I agree, man. They need to RICO them record labels, man, because the record labels the one who funding the shit. They hearing the raps. This what Drew fucked up at on talking on here. When he asked about that, Drew gonna say that the record labels, they scan the music before the music come out. So the record label ain't gonna let them put out no music that's involving no killing. Yeah, the record labels will go to jail. They'll be more responsible, bro. You hiring niggas off the street. Like what hit song Lil Mari folk got to get signed? What song do they really got to get signed, bro? Like back then when you get signed, bro, a nigga had a hit song all over the radio, bro. A nigga had a hit song. Everybody knew all the lyrics to the song and everything, bro. Not niggas just like they just signing motherfuckers. But I know why they signing people, because they knowing that they gonna die. If you woofing at people, if you threatening people on music, you gonna die soon. So we gonna get that insurance money.
We're just gonna eat sandwiches,
right? Hey, the 300 million, that is time for golf. It's time for golf. Like no more basketball.
Nobody deserves it more than Pierre Thomas and his family and Kevin Lee, Coach K. I mean, just 2 of the greatest guys. But again, it just shows you that this industry is so professional and people don't want to realize it. So they want to look at the music. They want to look at the lyrics, and they want to, say that we could read through it and not recognize that, for example, when a song comes out, and I'm not, and Ack, let me tell you something. I'm not talking about in some, you know, some performer, some little gang, right? That pretends that they're like record label. I'm not stupid. Like you and I both know that takes place. They got one guy that shows up at a studio 2 times a year that has 812 followers. We're not talking about that. Okay. We're talking about like real successful musicians. They have general counsel. They have transactional lawyers. They have people that are studying these lyrics and giving them the A-OK before they come out. Okay. So if these major corporations are saying, yes, this song is okay, then why is some cop or some law enforcement officer, some prosecutor going to come in at the last minute and say, yeah, this is a signal, you know, there's some meaning to this. Listen, man, you're not even involved in this business. Okay. These people these are major corporations being sold for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hey, does that make sense to y'all what he just said, bro? Like, shouldn't he stop talking right now? The man just said the labels approve the music. So why is the feds coming around looking into the music? Because everybody know all the raps. They rapping about it. They getting on live talking about they kill people. They getting on the songs talking about they kill people. Like this dude, hey, this dude crazy, man. If I was Lil Durk, I'd fire him though for real, bro. Like, I don't know who told him to go on academics. I don't know who told him to do none of that shit though. But I know Big Durk, he wouldn't have gave academics none of this information or talked to him about none of that. Big Durk would have hit academics with, hey, it's under investigation right now. We can't talk about that. Like he did Breakfast Club. He talk about Islam most of the time when he was on Breakfast Club. This dude just, and then he talking about all the Ricos, bro. They gonna smack Durk over his head, bro. I'm telling y'all, watch in the next month. They're gonna be hit with that other Rico. Just cause Drew playing, they gonna unleash the beast. Watch.
They're not going to let a song go out that they think in any way is inviting and encouraging and catalyzing violence.
How do you counteract that in the interim, right? Like, you know, you mentioned, at least with the YFN case, it got to a point where Fonnie Willis herself actually wrote a letter on Lucci's behalf that basically kind of agreed with him being released and that case being resolved in the manner it did. When you hear that maybe a friend of yours, Dominique, is being targeted, do you try to approach Fonnie and be like, hey, listen, or is that ever a strategy? Like you hear something might be happening and you approach the DA trying to figure it out or trying to at least clarify to be like, hey, listen, this is going to be a dumb move if you guys pull this button or press this trigger. Because here's the thing. Once they do that, it's years gone off of that person's life. And, you know, these guys are in the height of their career. Their career could be irreparably damaged. So how do you handle it?
Yeah, I mean, we just have ways of professionally, you know, keeping a check on these situations. And that's how we're just always going to do that for the people that we care about. There's certain people you talk to. You know, it's all in the up and up. It's all highly professional. And so you just got to be really careful about what's in the rumor mill and what's reality and what's not. So
for the record, is that a true rumor or is it more of just
it's a rumor,
chatter?
It's chatter.
Yeah,
it's chatter. I mean, who knows what's going on in this crazy world where this profession is being targeted right now? But like you said, a lot of lessons have been learned on cases consistently falling apart. But it's chatter. And it's chatter for a guy that's done so much for the community, never stops giving to the community. And so that's all I can say is he does nothing but continuously impress me and everybody in my office and everybody in Atlanta, because everybody wants to touch him. Everybody wants to be part of him. Everybody wants him in their restaurant. You know, everybody wants some part of him right now.
Speaking about conflict of interest and kind of honing in on the discussion we wanted to get to, you represented YB, young boy. You came in and seemingly swiftly, because I'm not going to lie, I thought it was looking bad. I'm like, he has a state case there. He's violating this case, the house arrest situation in Utah, but that's federal. Also, there's a gun case. That's the main case for that. and you came in and you got something I've never seen before. It was like, hey, we're doing this global plea. And you know, I saw you. I think you were virtual in one of the cases, but you were there pretty much like, you know, looking sharp as ever, getting a really favorable look outcome for him, because a lot of people thought he was going to be going away for maybe the latter part of maybe 10 years or so, and he's free now.
Yeah.
How did you get involved in that, and how, like, you got to give us some of the secret sauce? I know sometimes people you don't like letting people into the kitchen to see what's how this stuff is being done, but how do you get to that point of even getting that type of plea?
Yeah. So it goes back a few steps. So he had the case in Baton Rouge, and so he had tried to get out on bond in that case, and he had that case, the gun case there, the video shoot case, had started out as a state case. Then he they changed it, and the feds took it under a 922G, possession of firearm, convicted felon. It was very, very confusing because it involved the whole notion of a video shoot and having 24/7 videographers around you. And so I wasn't representing him, but he had his bond revoked because he had gotten arrested in California. And so he tried to get out a couple of times, and then his team reached out to me, put me on a Zoom, and said, "Hey, we'd like you to get involved." I did my due diligence, and I knew he had the same attorneys in Baton Rouge that he had since he was like 14 years old, and I knew that these folks really cared about him, like they really cared about him like he was their own child. It was like a very paternal relationship. And so I said, "I'll help, but you can't get rid of these folks. I'm not poaching. Like, these guys, they love him, and as long as they're in, I'll do that." I didn't really have a relationship with them, but that's what our due diligence dictated, and they were like, all fine. And so we took a different approach, and we had this really long hearing down in Baton Rouge. I guess it was like 2020, 2021. No, it was December 2020, because we were all wearing masks and stuff, and we started on a Monday and finished the next Monday. And we did the motion to suppress, and we did the bail review. And at that time, it was Main Justice going after him. So the Main Justice out of DC was combining with the Baton Rouge U.S. Attorney's Office. And
what's Main Justice?
Main Justice means the actual just DOJ in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
They sent their unit down to work on it.
Is that common?
It happens sometimes. Sometimes it happens in maybe smaller jurisdictions. They'll send their troops in, so to speak. And so we took a different tactic. I took a different tactic, which was that, hey, they're really, because the LA case against them seemed kind of like a throwdown, simple gun case that shouldn't be a federal case. And we presented it really differently to the court. And this judge, at the end of this hearing, let him out. And she let him out under the circumstances that it seems like that's what Diddy's people were trying to get, right? We got 24/7 security. But what I argued is let him go to Utah, because he had that relationship to Utah from back from AmeriCorps. When he was 12 years old, someone from AmeriCorps got to know him that came in from Utah and became really close, became like a second family to him. So he bought a home there to be close to that family. So I said to the judge, I tell you what, Judge, let's get him out of Baton Rouge. Let's let him go to Utah. He's got people there. And the judge said, yes, 24/7 security. So we got him out. And then he went there. And then we continued fighting the Baton Rouge case, which was very complex because the courts are constantly battling over the possession of firearm by convicted felon. It's still being heavily litigated.
By the way, not to cut you off,
no,
even though I am. So I went to he called it Gravedigger Mountain up there in Utah. How do you like
which house? Because he's been in several. The big one,
the last one.
Okay,
the last one,
a giant one.
Yeah. So it's literally on a mountain. So when you're kind of like trying to put together this bail package for someone like that, there's a lot of, like, I've been up there. That's an expensive thing that I could easily tell. He's paying an arm and a leg to be free. He has so much, like, it was one of the most complex. I think it was like this, private militia group that was the security. Yeah. Like they were like really, I went there, there's like 5 checkpoints. They were pretty good. And I was like, he's got to be paying out the ass for this. Do you, when these things happen, do you kind of pull, of course he got a lot of money. Do you pull him to the side and be like, hey, listen, I'm going to suggest this, but you're going to need a lot of capital. You work with musicians. Do you pull their record label in? Because I know even with the Durk situation, there is a promise that Alamo will put up money.
Right.
How does that negotiation happen? Do you facilitate it, or do you let the money stuff, the client and maybe their accountants figure out how they could kind of drum up whatever that you need to present?
Yeah. So first, let me tell you, when I, along with his team, Baton Rouge, when we got him out, it wasn't that house. It was the house he owned at the time, which was maybe 3,000 square feet, if not 2,500 square feet. It was very modest because at that time it was just a home to be close to this wonderful family that he treated as a second family, and they are like his second family. So when he moved afterwards, I didn't have anything to do with that. I should say I heard about that when I got hired on what you just talked about 10 minutes ago, which was the new case in Utah.
So you didn't stay on for the whole thing?
No, I did, but I didn't know that he was moving. I did my job, and then that was it. He got out, and then the motion to suppress issue just got tied up in the appellate courts. Him moving around was a whole separate issue.
Well, what was the deal with that? Because I remember it felt like, and shout out to all the Young Boy fan pages. I felt like he got good results, then the government appealed, right?
Yes, you're exactly right. So we got most of the gun case thrown out by the district court judge. She wrote an amazing order, long order, threw it out. Then they appealed, but there was still life in the issue because of the appellate courts continuing to fight over, and it's still going on right now. The issue of the collateral consequence of gun possession. Like, should there be an across the board possession of firearm by convicted felon prohibition? And so there was still life in that issue, but we were also litigating the issue of the videographers and whose property the videos were, things like that, because the video of the gun. So we were just mounting in litigation. And then, so apparently he moves to the bigger house, and then I'll get to a second. Then the whole Utah case happens. But before we get to that, I don't get too deep into the weeds. Now, when we're putting a package together, I'll say, no, that's not a real security company. We need a real security company. We don't need friends. We need, a high-end security company. That house is kind of shaky. And so I'll do things like that. But I leave it to others to look for the resources. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. I'll just at the end say that looks good and that doesn't look good. So going to him, so eventually he picks up the other cases in Utah while he's on bond. And so
when you get that call, you're like, fuck, bro. Like, what? Like, not something else.
I was just, I was blown away.
Yeah.
But there's not time to kind of panic. So I assembled my team in Utah. Fortunately, I have people everywhere. And I put together the best team in Utah, the best. I mean, these guys, Jeremy Delacino, John Williams, these are all-star lawyers. And, we took one of our associates, who's my son, Zach Finling, and we just kind of convened, and we just kind of had a game plan. And eventually that game plan was, let's get this Louisiana case out. Let's just get everything to Utah, because the Utah people, we were in constant conversation with them. And one of the things we talked about was the gun cases. Like, they were very well aware of the nuances of 922G, and they had a certain take on Kentrell Golding. I call him Kentrell. They had a certain take on him, and they really didn't look at him with the lens of that he was a gangbanger. They just didn't have that perception of him. They really looked at him as a young guy that kind of came out of the blue, made a lot of money quickly, and they just didn't have that horrible negative read. And so we kept on, and I kept on telling them.
Also, by the way, it was the view, because I know that's two different districts. Yeah. Did you guys look into whether that district maybe viewed that, because there's been so many appeals that surrounded that issue? Did you guys look to see if the district that Utah is in, they probably viewed it a little bit favorably? That could possibly, if the case was moved,
he was never going to get looked at that favorably in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Okay.
I mean, he had history.
Well, I was just talking about just the charge, that particular charge.
He just we thought we had a really fair judge in Baton Rouge, a very fair judge. But we felt like if we can get everything in Utah, we can get things done, because I wanted him to have this life and I didn't want it to be 10 years. And so we went back and forth and back and forth. And the whole goal was to recognize the weaknesses in their cases and the strengths of their cases, and reach a part of the negotiation that would give him the opportunity to get back to his family, to his children, and have a career. And honestly, career was the last thing, because he has these kids and he has his family, and I just wanted to get him back to his family, because I look at Kentrell as just this young guy that started so young, and so I just wanted to kind of deliver him to everybody, and that just stayed laser beam focus on getting him out and making it happen as quickly as possible. And it was literally like nonstop negotiation, and we reached this resolution. And then,
Hey, y'all going crazy in the comments. I told y'all, man, this nigga a clout chaser, bro. There don't need no. Hey, look, when you fighting for your life, man, the last thing you need is your lawyer to be on the news or anything, man. A real lawyer ain't even trying to get on the news. Soon they talk, they say something for 30 seconds, they gone. They ain't sitting down for no hours, man, doing no motherfucker 2020. This after the trial. Hey, hey, just remember this, man. A lawyer ain't gonna never keep it real with you and tell you, man, hey, look, bro, you through, man. A lawyer ain't gonna never tell you that long as he getting paid.
of course, you probably noticed we got him another 93 days back, and that's really what got him out. I mean, even sooner, because everybody was shocked that all of a sudden he was out, because we had to do a little work, and we got him yet another 93 days. And look, I'll agree with you. It's got to be one of the greatest deals, greatest negotiations that I've seen. I mean, we get phone calls from lawyers all over the country, just going, what happened?
Yeah,
how did that happen?
He's been pretty lucky. He's been pretty. Well, first of all, the other case, the one where while he was on bond for the Louisiana case, he caught the other case, which should have been state, but California picked it up as federal. He actually beat that one.
He did,
which I think that's also, people hear about the feds being unbeatable, this and third. Anyway, now we get to the current big boy going on.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you felt conflicted, because after just getting an amazing deal for Young Boy, you are called to represent someone who he might not get along with too well. And we're talking about Durk Banks, okay? AKA Lil Durk. How did you get involved with that situation? And what was your first thoughts initially, just even seeing what he was being alleged to have done?
Yeah. So
check out all of our digital coupons on the My County Market. Deals are available every.
I don't really look at anybody that likes and dislikes anybody. Like, I know people, I don't really spend a lot of time looking at DMs. But I know people are commenting, going, you got to pick one side. I don't pick one side. I'm a criminal defense attorney, man.
Yeah. They try to have me pick because I'm cool with both guys. I was on the phone with Durk like yesterday, and of course, Young Boy called me like 2 days before. So you know what I mean? Like, I'm the media, and I love both guys.
And I don't even, literally does not even enter my mind space. I'm just fighting for everybody as they come to me. My office is Switzerland. I mean, we're a safe space. We're a neutral space. I mean, if you come to my office, you got to come when you're in Atlanta. I try to make it like a place that everybody enjoys coming to. Cool artwork. We support the local graffiti community. And I don't look at it like that. I don't pick anybody one side over the next. And here's the crazy thing. Now, one client has ever said anything to me about representing anybody else. No, man, when all's said and done, nobody wants anybody to go to jail when they haven't done anything wrong. Nobody wants anybody to be in a cage when they don't need to be in a cage. Maybe they have disagreements out in the street about music, whatever it is, and do their thing and whatever it is. But when it comes to being caged for bullshit cases, nobody wants to see anybody rot in a cage, eat shitty food, be in an overcrowded jail for 3 years, waiting to go to court because a prosecutor can't pull their shit together. Nobody wishes that on anybody. And they know that when they come to me, I'm going to do nothing but fight for them for the best, man. I'm just not thinking about you in front of me. Like, I'm being when it comes to Kentrell Golden, young boy, man, I think very much about that young kid that AmeriCorps came and saw when he was young. Like I look at him and I look in his eyes and I see that like that young kid that just had fame and fortune so early. And I just want to do everything I can to help get to him and get him out of there so he can live his life. And the next person, if it's, I get the phone call on Durk, same thing. Never heard anything but good things about him.
Do you have to compartmentalize though? Because when you get deeper into like, you know, just the allegations in the case, they're accusing Durk of doing something to someone who is affiliated with YoungBoy, right? And that might, you know, then just put you in a little bit of a pickle because again, you kind of just represented one guy. Now you're representing this other guy who, you know, going back to the takeoff situation, right? Like, you know, you would recuse yourself from that one.
Right.
But here, you know, probably just not as close. And you're just doing what you do an amazing job at defending, you know, innocent people. But do you kind of get into that situation where you're like, oh, snap, this guy was kind of accused in a roundabout way of doing something to someone who could have been associated with the last guy I represented? I don't want to be in a position where they're asking me things like, yo, hey, so what about, or they even blame me like, well, you got that guy off, you better get me off, or you picked a side or something.
Yeah,
like that.
so before everybody, I represented King Von.
Well, yeah, that is true. Rest in peace,
so
Dave Von
I don't even look at it that way. You know, it never even, it literally never even entered my mind.
Did you represent him for the Atlanta case, the shooting one?
I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, which case went away.
Hey, y'all, listen to this. Y'all gotta listen. Pay attention, man. Hey, pay attention to what Drew finna say, man. Pay attention, y'all. This is about the King Von. Everybody been wondering what happened to the King Von case. Remember the King Von case? They said if Von was alive, he'd be doing 30 years in jail. And Durk and them got out for free in Beizou, and then it just went away. It been sealed. Watch this.
Like, yo, hey, so what about, or they even blame me like, well, you got that guy off, you better get me off, or you picked a side or something.
Yeah,
like that.
so before everybody, I represented King Von.
Well, yeah, that is true. Rest in peace,
So
Dave
I
Von.
don't even look at it that way. You know, it never even, it literally never even entered my mind.
Did you represent him for the Atlanta case, the shooting one?
I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, which case went away.
Some people felt like the feds were going to pick that up. The way how they just unceremoniously just dropped it.
Yeah. I not that I had word of, at least when I was involved in the case. And so that whole notion of a conflict never really, you know, never entered my mind.
Could you clear one? I'm sorry for cutting you off. Could you clear one thing up with that? Because there's so much internet chatter about that case. There's some people who feel like, hey, Durk basically blamed it on Von since he died, and that's why the case went away. Could you give us a little bit more clarity to just how that case was resolved from your perspective? Yeah,
so I can't, because a lot of that has been wrapped up in our protective order.
Hey, look, man. This one thing you got to know, man. Who got the protective order? If you beat the shit and it went away, why you can't talk about it? Because Lil Durk them got a protective order not to talk about that shit because they don't want the public to know that they blame that shit on King Von. That's what he basically telling y'all, man. The end, man. Now we know what happened.
So I can't even talk about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Not that it's part of the case, but it is in a segment of information that I'm prohibited from talking about.
Okay. So now you get the call from Durk. This is a tough one.
Yeah.
I've seen the works of miracles. I think this might be part in the Red Sea if you get it done. You know, me, I'm a notorious pocket watcher, and I think this is the best time to do it. Can we get some? It doesn't have to be about this Durk situation, but what is the $1 billion lawyer calling if somebody says, yo, I've been hit with a RICO, or yo, they say I murdered someone, or hey, they say I'm up for some type of sex trafficking. Seeing that some of these guys are probably going to be willing to take it to trial, what figure do you normally kind of throw out there that they know that's where we're at?
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Man, you know I'm not going to answer that, but let me go ahead. I love the way.
I set it up right.
Oh man, it was
I
presented.
set it up too.
God, it was presented
I heard
beautifully.
$3 million though. I heard you got $3 million for 1 month of work before.
That was presented very nicely, man.
No comment on that one either.
So
New York Times put that out.
So let me say this. One of the things that's unique about our office is, as you know, most criminal defense attorneys is 1 or 2 people. I mean, we have a team of lawyers. 85% of people come in, they're using, there's so many cases going on. People come in and they want to use one of the other lawyers in the Finley law firm. I mean, they don't even meet with me because everybody else has established a great reputation. So I'm not meeting with everybody. Not everybody is using me. But in terms of setting a fee, one of the things that we do that I think is a little bit different is it takes us a while to set a fee. We have to really look into the case. I have never charged a consultation fee, whatever they call it. Never done that one time in my life. Oh man, what am I going to charge you for like 1 hour to sit and talk?
What's the hourly fee at, man? I've heard Taco Pina said he's taxing them at like $3,000 an hour or $2,500. I'm like, whoa, hit him over the head. Well, why don't you? I've heard top tier lawyers. We're talking about the 1,200 range and above. So if we were talking about the good guys, now if you get somebody below 1,000, they could be good as well. But the top tier guys charge.
Yeah. So most individuals can't do an hourly, right? Because an hourly can grow so exponentially, man. It's like an hourly is like the movie Alien. It starts with 1, then it's 2, then it's 4, then it's 8, then it's 16. And, before you know it, the bills are out of control. And when you're fighting for an individual, it's very, very difficult to get to that point where you're like, hey, we're going to trial, man. Here, here's my hours. So you got to be really careful. There are certain clients that are famous clients that are like a corporation, and you can, but very few and far between. I don't care how well you're doing, because it could start creeping into the 7 figures quickly. And so you got to really hit a number. When you do hourly, yes. I mean, our hourlies, mine's well over 2,000, but it's got to be the right case. And when it's the right case, then the person that's paying that, they don't really give a shit that it's over $2,000 an hour. They just want you to fight for their freedom.
Yeah.
But you have to let them know, like from a business standpoint, like, hey, we're going to do it hourly. Like, boom, at the end of a day, it could be with associates. You just had a $27,500 day. That's why hourlies are very, very tricky. And so, but we're different because we have a team of people. So there's so many cases going on, and my people are like winning cases left and right, and they're not charging that.
So do you guys usually be like, hey, listen, you called an attempted murder. This is $250,000. We're going to take care of it all the way throughout, whether we get a plea, whether we go to trial, whether this thing gets dropped, just flat fee. Is that how you guys?
Yeah. There's a lot of flat fees. And a lot of times there won't be like a separate fee for trial. Cause generally speaking, sometimes there is, there is a fee. Like if a trial goes past a certain amount of time, because you don't want to wind up in a year trial, right? Yeah. And you're screwed. But it's not uncommon to not have a trial fee because you don't want anybody ever say, hey, bro, you tried the case to make another $50,000. So you got to be really careful with that. So for the everyday person, you really have to do a set fee, which is the ethical way to do it. And we never have anybody complain ever.
What about, okay, you're representing the rapper. His income is now cut off. He got bills. His mama, 15 baby mamas want money. He's kind of tapped out, but he's hitting you with the IOU. He's like, yo, you get me off of this junk, my first day out song and that record deal, I'm going to pay you back on the back end, my brother.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Oh, no?
Zero chance, man.
So none of that, you're not invested in it.
I love them, but not that much. Plus, it's unethical. Yeah. You can't have a contingency in a criminal case.
Yeah, no IOUs. Okay.
No IOUs, because that never works.
Okay. All right.
And plus, you just don't want to be a bill collector in the middle of a case.
True.
That's a bad situation, man.
True.
Just get the money out of the way.
Yeah.
And don't bitch and cry and just fight for somebody, because we're freedom fighters.
Yeah.
You want to take the, and I will tell you the lion's share. I mean, look, 95% of our clients are not famous people. Right?
I'd imagine.
Yeah. But really, a lot of these super successful performers, man, they've been through it. They've been through transactional lawyers, entertainment lawyers. They've been in litigation. They have an incredible appreciation of good legal work. And you'd be surprised. A lot of them are like, what's the fee? Let's take care of business and let's fight the case. And that's the end of it.
What do you see more? And again, this is you're probably just way too up there. You don't call yourself the $1 billion lawyer for nothing.
I never called myself.
Oh, no, they refer to it. I think New York Times and a bunch of other outlets. And
so
XXL did.
Dolph was one.
Oh, Dolph did. Yeah.
Dolph,
Shots my man.
Dolph in LA.
Rest in peace,
Shock,
Dolph.
you look at my face on a video. I'm like, what did he say? And then Pierre that night and my son were blowing up my phone. That night I was in LA. I didn't even hear him say it.
Yeah.
They're like, what's hashtag $1 billion lawyer? Hashtag billion. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't even know if I had an Instagram account then. And I think they were like, yeah, Dolph just called you that. And everybody's hashtagging $1 billion lawyer. And I said, I didn't even hear him say it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. In situations like that.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna need a lot of y'all, man. I know this might sound strange to y'all, man, what I'm about to say. But I'd rather take a public defender right now than Drew, man, on everything. Give me 4 public defenders, man, like they did Low Snap shit. At least they ain't on no TV or none of that shit. They might fight for me, they might not. That's how a public defender is. You might get a good one who will beat some shit. You might get a motherfucker who don't care, who trying to get you to go to the joint anyway.
Right? Because obviously now, like, there is an element of like publicity could lead to more client and could lead to maybe charging higher rates, right? Do you ever, not necessarily for just like give me a shout out and you could pay less, but like you see a case that might be attractive. Also that association could probably help raise your profile, and you probably don't charge. I wonder if you may cut a break with those guys. No breaks. They got to come with a bag.
No. Yeah, I like that. Kelvin, write that down. I need to use that, man.
They got to come with that bag, man.
So that's where lawyers make the mistake. So just because there's a deceased person, that shouldn't be it's just something immoral about thinking that that's how you're going to build your business. You build your business through creative and great lawyering, not because someone's charged with a crime. And so I saw that when I was a public defender. I would watch, there was like a big case going on. I see lawyers come and they big begging the judge to get appointed because there was a triple murder case. And I'd be like, that's just gross.
Yeah.
I'm a public defender. And you could research it. Nobody was winning cases more than me. I was getting national publicity when I was 26 years old. I mean, literally national publicity, just banging out not guilties after not guilties. And I'm watching these lawyers. I'm like, I'm just trying to work on my art and get people and fight these cases. And I think the way you build it is you get that big case, but you show the world who you are. And that's how you're going to get it. You're not going to get it by like cutting anybody a deal, because at some point you're going to resent it, right? Because you're going to get another case and be like, damn, I can't believe I cut this guy a break and now this guy's paying me more. You don't want to really get into that. That's a bad scenario to get into.
Okay, now I know we have protective orders, but we want to get to this Durk case as much as we can. And how much of, I mean, you break down the allegations. We've seen some stuff written in court, whether it's these memorandums in support of, trying to get him bail. We've seen a possible opening for a new bail hearing that could possibly get him out. What's the current status? And for everything we've heard about it, give us, you're seeing things we don't see. And obviously you probably can't say those things, but just give us as much as you know about the case currently and where it's at and how's your feeling towards it.
Yeah. So first of all, Durk is just a super nice and respectful guy. I mean, I just can't even explain how respectful he is of me, of my office, of my time. And I would say otherwise. I mean, I've met everybody in this profession, and some people, most people I really have a great fondness for. This guy's top of the top. I mean, what a nice and respectful young man he is. And so the case is as follows. So there was an indictment that did not name him, right? it named others, and then there was an unindicted person. And then 3 weeks later, that indictment was what's called the first superseding indictment, and it does name him. The indictment was was identical, except the unnamed person now became Dirk Banks. And this is the really important part, Ak. The second indictment, what's called the first superseding indictment, only had one new fact. It had one new fact, and that was it alleged that there was a video by Dirk that celebrated and monetized this killing. Okay. And so that was the only fact. That was the only thing that distinguished. So if the government says, oh, it's no big deal, no harm, no foul, that's not true, because that's the one thing they added when they threw Dirk Banks into the indictment. And as soon as we got the indictment, we noticed, and we started hearing from people in the music world. People are like, this doesn't really make sense. That song, those lyrics were done a long time before that. I mean, we were hearing it from all different directions. We were hearing it from studio people. We were hearing it from people that wear suits to work every day, executives.
Exactly. Yep.
And so we were like, we got to get to work here. We got to figure this out. And so at the detention hearing, okay, we had this first detention hearing in December of 24. We go to the court and we say, first, this issue of leaving the country, it was all presented incorrectly. He had a few flights, and these flights, you have the incomplete itineraries. The complete itineraries show he was going to Dubai, and they didn't show that to the court.
Okay, so, and I know we want to get to that incomplete stuff, and we'll get to that, but so we kind of skipped out on the criminal complaint, right? So before we got to the second indictment, which is the first superseding, they arrested Dirk on a criminal complaint. Correct. And they cited that they believe he was trying to flee the country. Correct. And it felt like it was an agent who just wrote up this thing, got judge approval, got him arrested, and they felt that he was trying to book multiple flights to different places. What was the truth behind that from what you understand?
So thank you for context. So the criminal complaint did not have the complete itineraries. So we went to court and we were like, Judge, this was what was presented. Now here's the rest of the story. Here's the complete itinerary. And the complete itineraries weren't 3 different countries. Everything was going to be Dubai. They just didn't show you the last change. It was like it was a flight Miami to Newark to, I can't remember, like say Rome.
Hey, this my whole thing. This my whole thing with all this shit with Lil Durk, right? It's too many coincidences, man, up in the shit, bro. Like, I'm just keeping it real, bro. Like, when you ask me, hey, Trenches News, you think Durk gonna get fried? Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why again. Look, they got Lil Durk on a plane with OTF Vonnie. This ain't no allegedly or none of that. That nigga flew on a plane with the person who brought the guns, the person who brought the cars, the person who brought the hotel room for the killers and paid the killers. He was on a private jet with Lil Durk. Then, while they're on a private jet, what another coincidence that Lil Durk texts the killers, in Chicago and tell Didi, hey, look, don't hide nothing in my name. What's the coincidence of that shit, man? Like, for real, what's the coincidence, bro? And then they come get your ass 3 years later, 2 years later, when you thought you was finna go full flash Islam. Come on, man. Like, hey, it's just too many coincidences, man, to be paying Drew Finley and all that money, man. I agree. Hey, look, he better go and get Steele, Jerry Spence. Hey, look, Sam Adams will pop out for that real money, bro. Sam Adams will come back out of retirement, bro. You got to go and get Sam Adams. Go and get all them, bro. I'm telling you, you got to go and get the dream team, bro, from different motherfucking states. If you want to see some time outside or see your kids again on the outside, bro. Like, for real, bro. It's too many coincidences, man, with this shit, bro, with Lil Durk, man. And his lawyer ain't gonna keep it real, bro. His lawyer ain't gonna tell him that because he want the money. You think you think a lawyer gonna tell you, oh man, oh, we can't beat that. Like, for real, bro. You got to think about it. You think these people came 3 years later, 2022 of July, of August 21st of 2022. You think they came 2 years later by coincidence and said that you was on a plane with one of the co-conspirators, that you text this man? Like, for real, man. Dirk just slipped up, bro. He just got caught lacking, man. That's all, bro. He was participating in some bullshit.
And then they didn't present the judge with the last part, okay, which was there to Dubai. Everything was going to Dubai, with the exception that everything was like row 52, middle seat. And respectfully, he's Lil Durk. He's internationally famous, and he just wasn't going to sit on the middle seat.
Yeah, come on, right?
3 different, parts of the itinerary. And so that's when it was this private flight. So there was no trying to throw confusion and head fakes. There was just this attempt to book several flights. I do that. I mean, I'll try to make arrangements, and if I can't get the right flight, we'll try again. And so that was that, and that was completely corrected. Nobody even tried to say that was wrong, because we presented evidence that this was the complete itinerary. But
Was there so and I imagine the judge would probably ask this, or the prosecutor would probably suggest, did he have business in Dubai? What was the reason for him to go to Dubai?
He has a history of going to Dubai. I mean, he just has a history of going to Dubai. I mean, I live in Atlanta, and you try getting a flight to Dubai on a Thursday. People go for 3 nights to Dubai. It is really big in the music industry. It is just really, really big. He has a history of going to Dubai. It was nothing unusual. We had other proof of flights that he's taken to Dubai in the past 12 months, 13 months before then.
Hey, y'all. Hey, hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. One more coincidence that he was going to Dubai, that he was booking the tickets, man, the day that OTF Didi and the other folk got locked up, man. That's another coincidence, man. I'm just saying, man. What a coincidence, man. That's a lot of coincidence, ain't it? They you going to Dubai the same day that they got picked up by the feds. That's coincidence, ain't it? Okay.
So there's nothing unusual about him going to Dubai, and there was nothing to indicate that he was ever going to go and never come back. I mean, he wasn't going to, as I said in court that day, let's see, his dad, okay, Dante, gets out in 2019 and then goes into COVID. He wasn't going to leave the dad he waited a lifetime to be with. He wasn't going to leave his kids. He wasn't going to leave his career. He's a Lil Durk.
Yeah.
Okay? So Lil Durk is not going to run away and live the rest of his life in Dubai. That's just stupidity. Okay, that was never going to happen.
Does Dubai have an extradition treaty with the United States? Because I guess people are wondering.
Yeah, so there's some complexity to it. We believe there's ways to have gotten him back, and it's like super complex. But there was a pattern of going there. It wasn't like he was going to a country that he'd never been to before. There was just a pattern of going there. And so the probation officer met with him that day, looked at all the evidence, and the probation officer came back and said, we don't think he's literally a threat to leave. We think he's
really.
Probation officer met with him, looked at the evidence, and said, we think he's not a flight risk. Okay. We do think, however, that, based on the charges, that the probation department said that he was a threat to the community or whatever, given the charges. But actually probation, different than the prosecutor and ultimately that magistrate, looked at the evidence and said, we don't think he's a flight risk. When you look at all the evidence, that's not the issue.
Okay.
So the ultimate issue is the case itself. And
so that take care of the flight. Now
Yes.
we're into this idea that he's involved in this superseding indictment, and they put this additional fact,
right.
And this additional fact claims he's so brazen with what they call his bragging or braggadocious, speaking about the murder that they claim he was involved with, that he puts it on a song and depicts it and uses a news clip, correct?
Correct. And so we raised that the song, we have an affidavit from one of the producers, and we present it to the court. We go, look, this was the proverbial smoking gun of the indictment. This is what distinguishes this case from the first indictment. This is the only new fact they put in. So they must think that this is a home run, but this is provably false. And if if Ack or Drew or Kelvin goes into a grand jury and says something like that, we got to lawyer up because we just said something that's untrue to a grand jury. And so our point is somebody went to the grand jury and said this, which is absolutely false.
Is it proven that, again, I know it's listed in the superseding indictment, but the grand jury proceeding is supposed to be the secretive process that I'm pretty sure you don't even have the minutes or the transcript for it yet. Are you working off an assumption that it was presented to the grand jury since it's listed in the indictment, or are you trying to find that out still?
Man, it's like we're working together here. Ready? I'm going to get to that. Perfect question. That's my segue.
Okay.
So the prosecution stands up and they're just kind of coming up with some ideas. They start talking about these words and they come up with some stuff that we didn't really quite understand. And so a few weeks later, after he gets denied, I write them an email. And I said, hey, you made some reference to perhaps some videos or something. If you'd be kind enough to send them to me. And they send them to me that day. And
this is you to the AUSA.
To AUSA. And all they were just these fan edits. It's all they were, fan edits. And the disappointing part is I truly believe that these prosecutors or the FBI, whoever they work with, did not understand the concept of fan edits, just like they didn't understand that you don't show up at a studio, okay, on a Sunday and put out a song on Monday, that it takes a half a year or a year, okay? Yeah. They clearly didn't understand the concept of fan edits. And so then we filed the motion to dismiss that I'm sure you read. And that was just filed last week, and that's going to take place on June 2nd. And in that, we now added the second producer, right? Because there's two producers.
One for Babyface, right?
Babyface, and he's just and he's.
Hey, I'm just showing y'all how Drew gonna get ate up. Now Drew just sat here and said that. He just sat here and said, hold on. I don't want to put no words in his mouth.
And that's going to take place on Kelvin goes into a grand jury and says,
still,
man, it's like we're working together here. Ready? I'm going to get to that. Perfect question. That's my segue.
Okay.
So the prosecution stands up and they're just kind of coming up with some ideas. They start talking about these words and they come up with some stuff that we didn't really quite understand. And so a few weeks later, after he gets denied, I write them an email. And I said, hey, you made some reference to perhaps some videos or something. If you'd be kind enough to send them to me. And they send them to me that day. And
this is you to the AUSA.
To AUSA. And all they were just these fan edits. It's all they were, fan edits. And the disappointing part is I truly believe that these prosecutors or the FBI, whoever they work with, did not understand the concept of fan edits, just like they didn't understand that you don't show up at a studio, okay, on a Sunday and put out a song on Monday, that it takes a half a year or a year, okay? Yeah. They clearly didn't understand the concept of fan edits. And so then we filed the motion to dismiss that I'm sure you read. And that was just filed last week, and that's going to take place on June 2nd. And in that, we now added the second producer, right? Because there's two producers.
One for Babyface, right?
Babyface, and he's just doing a feature, right? And so he's just throwing his stuff into, and we had to explain in the motion, we had to explain to the court, here's what a feature is, because nobody's done that. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But what we say in the motion is, because it's a big ask, it's cool. You're asking that the case be dismissed, but you and I both know that's a big ask.
Yeah.
And so if you see the crescendo is, we want it dismissed. We want it dismissed, Judge, because you just can't go to a grand jury, even if it's negligence. You can't put something that throws shade on the rest of the case. Alternatively, we need the minutes from the grand jury so we can all see what happened. So great question, great point, and that's the end of the motion. The motion, which we'll argue June 2nd, is, Judge, we think the case be dismissed. If anybody else said something that was false, they'd be in a lot of trouble. But if you think that's too big of an ask, at least let's see what happened.
Is June 2nd the oral argument for
the motion to dismiss?
Okay, the motion. Okay,
yeah,
but also to try to compel the minutes as well, right?
Correct.
Or do you think you're going to get that before? Because that's going to be very, if you get it before, you get to walk in that court with like, hey, listen, it's right here. They presented it to these people to get an indictment.
We
it's a lie.
We've not gotten it.
Okay, they're not going to be as.
Yeah, we asked for it. We've not gotten it.
It kind of looks like it's a little bit of egg on their face.
Yeah, we want it. Well,
if they're using fan edits, like that's crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised because in their most recent filing, it seems like they're possibly throwing the towel on the accuracy of that part of the indictment. And so, but look, here's why it's a really important issue. You've obviously done a ton of cases. You're familiar with cases. If you were going to use seriology, toxicology, DNA, okay, accident reconstruction, anything that involves complexity in a case, the government, particularly the federal government, relies on experts. And you're right. Like you're right. I mean, people need to understand this is a federal case. I mean, we work hard on state cases. But state cases, that's middle school basketball. We're now at the NBA, and we're talking about we're at the highest level of the NBA right now. And so you'd expect that they would have sound engineers having analyzed this, right? You'd expect they'd have an expert coming in from some MBA program that studies music or whatever. I mean, that's out there to study this and give them some technology expert to have analyzed this. And apparently, that didn't take place. They didn't treat this like they would DNA. They didn't treat this like they would seriology or toxicology. Somebody just listened to some music and said, hey, this makes sense. Let's throw it in. And
can I counter that? So what if the AUSA says, well, we're going to do that for the trial, but because bail is discretionary, we don't need to do all that right now. We just basically the lyrics of the song, he's kind of like, it kind of closely matches the story. Do you think that might be a good enough argument to maybe deny the motion, not only to dismiss, but also the motion for him to get bail?
Here's why, good devil's advocate. Here's why I don't think that that's accurate. And the reason is because they went to a grand jury.
Okay.
And so you wouldn't go to a grand jury and say DNA proves that John Doe was at 101 Main Street on the day of this murder. You would go to a DNA expert. Okay. You wouldn't say the blood splatter expert, just on your opinion, you'd have a blood splatter expert. And so they did this, and you would hope that there would be somebody that had advised them rather than just sitting around listening to music. But now falling back on some of the previous questions that you've asked, this is systemic when it comes to rap music, when it comes to hip hop, when it comes to these cases. This is no different than a cop sitting at a podium saying, you're a coward for doing a video at the shopping center, without going in the way before you do that and you damage somebody's reputation, to find out that corporate entities were involved in that decision-making process, right?
Yeah.
And so for some reason, when it comes to this group of people that are involved in rap music, hip hop music, people take shortcuts. And there's, if you look at our brief, if you look at the motion and brief that we filed, we cite a lot of articles that are written, right? Rap on Trial, some of the other articles that have been written. There just seems to be this kind of abbreviated analysis, this conjecture, and this kind of prejudicial guesswork when it comes to people in this business. I don't know if what the origin of it is, and I'm not just talking about Durk's case. I'm talking about all these cases. I'm talking about the way that you go after NBA YoungBoy doing a video in Baton Rouge and storm these guys. I mean, the behavior of those cops was unconscionable. The way they treated these young African-American men, just grotesque. And so it's the way that happens. It's the statement about a shopping center. It's charging Lucci with a murder case because he's driving a car in a neighborhood because he shouldn't be there. He's not entitled to drive in a neighborhood, and he was inviting problems. It's just what we consistently see everywhere when it comes to, and it's disproportionate. It's just disproportionate to people in this part of the music world.
No, you're absolutely right. I did have two questions. Don't know if you could answer them. Because when reading through your motion and everything you presented, I felt also more things might be happening. I was also thinking about the government's maybe answer, what their counter answer could be. Number one, have they submitted all the full discovery yet, or not yet?
It's as you know, in federal cases, it comes in tranches, and so it's rolling in, which is just the way it is.
Yeah, and the reason why I thought about that is like, if I'm the government and you're doing a motion to dismiss based on and complete legitimate point when you argue it logically, hey, you presented something to the grand jury that is not factual, which you prejudiced my client, this is not how it works, we got to dismiss. But still, usually in these detention hearings, when I'm reading them, usually we will hear, hey, we had, and we did see some things about maybe not necessarily wiretaps, but intercepted calls or like text messages. Doesn't feel like there's any smoking gun where it's like, hey, this is the shooter who's saying Durk paid him, and here's the money. And I've been waiting to see if they have anything like that.
Hey, Vlad, you ain't gonna hear that shit until August, man. That's when they gonna drop the bombs on them. That's when you gonna find out. Boom, boom, boom. You hear me? That's when they gonna go bombs away in August. I'm telling you. That's when number 5 gonna pop out. Number 2 gonna pop out. Number 4. That's when you gonna find out who all them is and everybody else. And Drew gonna have a surprise. Cause if Jam went in there and told them people that Go was part of the song, part of the hit, then it ain't the Feds' fault. That's why the Feds ain't tripping. Cause Jam told them that shit, that Go. Hey, Jam, motherfucker. Hey, I can see Jam now. Hey, give me 20 years. Hey, Jam, like, give me 20 years off. I'll tell you about another song. Hey, the feds ain't pull up that song and say that shit. Jam told them that shit, man. Jam say, go, green light, go. Hey, you got to believe one of the people who was there. You got to. Who you gonna believe? Who you gonna believe? Lil Durk or the person who killed somebody who was there? Guilty.
Or is it just like this, like, trudged together bullshit where it's like, yeah, well, apparently his team used a business card and it's his business. And, well, he's rapping about something that kind of loosely relates to the crime. And the other guys who we think did it, that's his friends. Those seem like very loose. And if you look at each of those situations just by itself, it looks like bullshit. Like you could deconstruct all of those and it doesn't look like they have a case. But I don't know if they have something else that they're like, hey, no, we have a bunch of guys that we flipped. Have you been, I don't know if you could say it, are you aware of anything else beyond these lyrics that they kind of have that they're going to present or try to either keep them in jail or that's definitely their strategy in how they try to prove this?
I don't know what their strategy are, what their strategy is. I have to respect, the protective order. But we just say we wait patiently, and as different tranches, never thought I'd say the word tranche before, but it's like part of the business now. As they come in, we go through everything, and we're as anxious as you and everybody is to go through those. And then what we do is we keep Durk informed. We're grateful that there is a system of communicating not only in person, but we're able to Zoom with him as much as we want. And so we get it, we go through it with them, and we're just as anxious as anybody, as things come in. But you're the motion to dismiss and the responses that are coming, you're kind of up to date with everybody. Obviously, there's other things that are covered by the protective order.
Could you explain to some of the folks out there who might just not understand completely what they're alleging, but what that means legally? What has to be proven for that to be an actual conviction? For example, we hear murder for hire.
Yeah.
What does that mean federally?
It means a potential life sentence.
Okay, but
that's the biggest thing it means.
Now, just okay.
It means that you are responsible for orchestrating something that, you know, you might not have physically been part of it, but you're responsible for orchestrating it. And then there's alternative aiding and abetting. And so it's just different ways of saying that you may be on the outside, but, you know, you are the person that organized and directed. And so that's.
Hey, Drew know he can't beat that shit, man. On everything. All that shit saying in that paperwork that he orchestrated the shit. He was on the plane, but he ain't going to hit. He separated from Vonnie. Like, I wouldn't even went if I knew they was finna kill him. I wouldn't even went on no plane with the nigga. Like, what type of shit is that? And Vonnie had a gun on the plane. He carried a gun on the plane with him. One of the guns was on the plane with him and Durk now, man. On some real shit, bro. Like Vonnie, he fucked, man. He might as well at least take his weight. Shit, if Durk ain't do nothing. But if unfortunately, Durk did it because his homies them ain't saying otherwise. I ain't trying to hear no gangster shit. If I ain't do it, y'all need to speak up and say I ain't do this shit. You know what I'm talking about? We don't need to wait to trial. Y'all should be writing affidavits, whatever the fuck Durk saying about. Tell them sign them all on everything. Y'all need to sign them all 5 of you motherfuckers saying that I ain't did shit. Other than that, he going to jail, man. Federal nightmares. That man predicted this shit.
That's what we have to be aware of as we defend the case.
Do they need to prove, like, for example, because again, we keep hearing murder for hire. I've never heard once how much money, right? We never heard, okay, this is how the transaction was happened. The only thing we heard via the indictment, hey, there was a conversation about payment at some In-N-Out burger spot, right? And we don't know, okay, this guy, and then we hear other inquiries of people supposedly saying what's up with the money, but we never hear someone.
Hey, just think about this, y'all. I'm just breaking it down for y'all right now because I know y'all tired of hearing Drew lie. I'm just breaking it down, right? Now, how the fuck would the feds know that they had a conversation and they was paying at the In-N-Out burger? How would they know that? Just think about it. They went at the In-N-Out burger. How would they know that? How would they know that Vonnie made a payment at the In-N-Out burger? How would they know that shit? Like, come on, man. You just got to use your head at some point and be like, yeah, bro, this shit do sound like they rapped over there, thing, bro. They know a lot of shit, bro. For real. Nigga at the In-N-Out, they went to an In-N-Out burger to make a payment. You could have paid me on the way to the airport or something, bro. Like, what the fuck is we stopping at an In-N-Out burger? They got cameras in the same car that y'all done killed Quando Rondo cousin in. All of them pull up at the In-N-Out burger. That was the meetup spot. Come on, man. Come on, man. In California at that. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy in the motherfucker. That's just like telling me after we killed somebody downtown Chicago, hey, let's meet up at Chick-fil-A on 95th. We caught the whole 95th and what the Evergreen Plaza at, all cameras. We caught. Especially if we go inside the Chick-fil-A, we definitely caught with no mask on. Them niggas must have had an appetite after they killed the nigga, man. They got hungry. Hey, stop at that In-N-Out burger. Don't worry about it, man. We gonna get away still. This nigga's crazy, bro.
Someone said, hey, I got the money. I got the 50,000 or the 80, whatever it could be. And I'm going to give you this. Durk sent it to me, wired it to me, or he cashed out, whatever. You know, obviously wouldn't do that. But do they have to prove in a murder for hire that someone got paid?
That is a very important part of their case. So you bring up a great point because, you know, you look at these indictments that I call speaking indictments, where everything's just laid out. Oh my God. And so really I'm kind of limited because the protective order to what's in that indictment to a certain degree, right? This is a speaking indictment, but you're accurate. It speaks but it leaves a lot blank. And I think that a jury would have expectations of the government being able to show that some of these elements have taken place. They're just not going to take the government's word for it. The government's going to have to show, there's going to have to be some evidence, not just an opinion, especially because most federal judges now in these speaking indictments, they do not send the indictments out for that exact reason. A lot of judges are of the opinion, I'm not sending it out, prove your case, and then we'll just tell them the elements of the charged offenses. But I'm not going to let you kind of get through the back door what you didn't get in through the front door.
Yeah, that's hopefully that happens more often. So likelihood of a plea. I think a lot of people have seen like this seems like it's a do or die thing. This is kind of like it's going to be like a 1 or 0 type of situation. You're either or you're not. Is Durk, from your understanding, or you as a lawyer right now, as his criminal attorney, are you open to possible conversations about plea deals? Are you thinking, no, we're going all the way? Would you entertain it? Just entertain it because that's your job to listen to it and maybe present it to Durk, or that's just off the table?
It's a conspiracy to commit murder case. It's an all or nothing case, and he did not participate in a conspiracy to commit murder. And so there is no alternative. It's a life sentence, potential life sentence. So this case.
Hey, y'all, ain't no other way. I keep on telling the fans that, bro. Hey, look, it's the minimum is life in prison. The maximum is death if they don't take the death penalty off the table. But most likely they ain't gonna give them death, just life. So that's what it is, man. So ain't no deals. Ain't no deals because somebody got killed. Only one who can get a deal if you was in the car and you ain't hop out that motherfucker. Or the first one make a deal. The first one go to them and be like, hey man, look, I'm caught. I'm on camera, you got me. Hey, let me get 30. Shit.
Is going to go to 12 people.
What's the timeline on that looking like? I've seen a lot of people when it came to I'm even surprised that the judge said no to a continuation for Diddy's case. And they're like, May 5th, you guys are picking a jury. That would mean that within a year, and obviously the federal courts move way faster than bogged down state courts. When do you think that Durk will possibly get to a trial?
So we have an October trial date, but trial date, a lot is dictated by how much evidence comes in. And the difference between our case and that case is that's a single defended case. I mean, that's a one person case.
Yeah, okay.
So it's really difficult. I mean, when you, generally speaking, when you have a one person defendant case and you don't have a zillion different parties, your dates stick a lot more. But when you have a half dozen people and you have different lawyers making different arguments saying, this wasn't made available to me, this wasn't made available to me, you have 6 different arguments. So we look at the October date, and that's our mindset is the October date. But we're also extremely mindful of the fact that we got a half dozen lawyers, half dozen schedules. And so who knows what will happen. But right now we're focused on October. Whether that happens or not it's not unique because there's so many different parties that are involved.
Do you expect any more superseding indictments, or do you think what we have now is probably what will be taken to trial?
I just don't ever guess that. I always take the position on superseding indictments of these allegations are from several years ago now. You've had plenty of time to think it through. Why are you going to supersede? You had the opportunity to think it through.
I feel like they're always trying to keep an investigation going, all right? And I think they're trying to flip people. Hey, by the way, and I think the protective order will bar you from answering this, but I'll ask anyway. This is internet chatter. The internet has eyeballed or pointed at one guy, some guy named OTF Jam. They claim he's the cooperant. Is he the cooperant?
Yeah, I can't really comment on anything that's.
Hey, you hear me? Academics, man. Academics don't get no fuck. It's content to him. Them ain't his friends, him or Durk. That nigga say, hey, that nigga say, man, it's a lot of speculation, man, in jail. I told Jam, man, hey, he might as well go ahead and do a DJ Vlad, get that 50,000 that Vlad gonna give him. Ain't no need to be trolling on no internet if you ain't finna get no paper. Shit, Vlad say do a Zoom with him, he'll give him 20,000 for a Zoom interview for 3 hours. Better do that shit so your kids can have a Christmas this year, dude.
Outside of the indictment,
Are there any co-operants?
I just
had to ask.
Yeah.
I had to ask. Okay. Music wise, so he dropped an album. I kind of am a little bit familiar with how these works when you're in a case where you're fighting for your life. It's a criminal case, and sometimes music or your artistic expression might be weaponized by the legal system or the justice system to try to keep you in jail or try to, add on maybe additional charges or be additional evidence or overt acts, as they call it, right? In conspiracy cases. Do you have that conversation with him? Like, for example, his last album came out. Do you say, hey, listen, like we have a special team that we should look at this at? Or do you talk to his record label and say, hey, listen, you guys have general counseling, this and third. You guys should scour this music. And listen, you can run it by us, but anything that's maybe not above,
there's
get it out.
There's a full circle of people that are concerned and looking. But he is an industry unto himself, and he is entitled to express himself through.
Hey, Ola Talupala. Hey, shout out Ola. Hey, I understand what you saying, Ola. Hey, but look though. Ain't nobody still, hey, look, we still don't know who number 2 is. Just listen to me now. I know you love Lil Durk now, right? But just listen to me. They still ain't revealed who number 2 is. Why number 2 ain't been in the news with the rest of them? Number 5 supposed to be on the news. Number 5 supposed to be indicted. Number 4 supposed to be indicted. They supposed to be in there. You know why they in there? Because they told on Lil Durk and them ass, man. It's common sense, man. It's common sense, bro. Why ain't number 2, co-conspirator 2? Where's he at? Where's co-conspirator 5 at? Cause they already told on Dirk now, man. Y'all won't get it. I thought y'all been peeped that, man. Just say to y'all self every day when somebody bring up Lil Durk, 2, 5, and 4. They missing out the news, man. They missing.
Through his business and let his business continue. He's got a family. He's got people that are part of his musical world that are dependent on him, and it shouldn't all come to a full stop. So we have trust in them, but there's a full circle of people that are have their eyes and ears on everything.
Thoughts on prosecutors, especially in RICO cases, using lyrics, using hand signs that might be in videos, using anything that could be seen as art that they're monetizing, and be like, well, you're wearing this in this video, you must be a blood, or you're saying this in this video, it means you're taunting these other guys, right? When, I don't think we run into those problems with other types of art. People aren't getting indicted and be like, well, listen, you acted in this movie as this killer.
Yeah.
You've been wanted to kill people,
Yeah.
What's your thoughts about lyrics?
I mean, I think it's just pathetic. I think it's pathetic that people are trying to exercise their First Amendment rights and express their art form. I think these are brilliant artists, and clearly some.
Hey, to all the kids out there, man. Hey, look, ain't none art about rapping about no murders. Ain't none art about rapping about robberies. Ain't none art about rapping about a crime. You going to jail, bro. So don't let this lawyer sit up here and fool y'all talking about some motherfucking it's art. It's not. It's a jail case. If you say at 8 o'clock we slid on the nigga and folded him up like a lawn chair, and somebody got killed at 8 o'clock, nigga, your ass going to jail, nigga. until you go to trial and the jury figure it out, or the judge, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. See, motherfuckers rap about it. They don't tell you the back end of this shit, man. I'm telling you the back end. You going to jail, man, if you rapping about murders, bro. You seen Bloodhound Lil Jeff. I blanked out for a week. That shit was real. That shit was real, man. They bent, look, they folded Shorty them up, man. Downtown Chicago. That shit was real. We seen it on the news. So when he rap about it, what we supposed to say is fake now? Like, let's be real. These niggas rapping about this shit, and then it's coming true. For real, man. They need to stop that shit, man. Cause I'm reporting about it. You fuck up, I'm reporting. I ain't like the other bloggers. The other bloggers could, oh, these my homies and all that shit. Hey, if you was my homie and you fucked up, you would say, hey, Swipe, I'd rather you report about me than them bitches. Go ahead and report about me. That's a real friend. Might send you some commissary off that.
Somebody out there wants to listen to it. I mean, and you know, I read this Harvard Business Review about the number of suburban white kids that are listening to this music.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's being made for the masses. Okay. It's not, no one's writing a song just so they could talk about what they want to do next week. They're doing it to make money. This is capitalism. Okay. And so to sit there and get on the other side of capitalism and say, we're now going to pick apart your music that's been vetted by transactional lawyers, that's been vetted by industry people, and say that we think sitting in our offices in our ivory towers, okay, we think it has meaning to it, is just pathetic, because nobody else is doing that. Like I said, you know, nobody else is sitting there indicting Quentin Tarantino. Man, he's got some violent crap out there, you know? And, you know, I've seen the same studies you have where they could take the same lyrics and have somebody rap it, and then somebody with a little banjo. And the people that listen to it are going to say, this guy that's doing it rap is violent, and this guy doing it as a country song is not violent. And so there's a predisposition.
Hey, I'm just saying, hey, look, we gonna play like everybody, even the game members. I need y'all to flip the script real quick. I need everybody to go to you white, you turn into a white person, male or female, and you a juror. I need y'all to think like this, right? You from California too, right? A nigga say he riding through Beverly Hills with choppers. And then when the feds break it down what choppers is, yeah, AK-47, a gun that they do a mass shooting with. Man, them people gonna be like, bro, he's guilty. You hear me? Like, for real, just think like the jury, bro. Hey, look, I'm riding through Beverly Hills with chopper. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit that you made that shit a year ago, nigga. You would, hey, somebody rolled through Beverly Hills with choppers and Quando Rondo cousin got hit. You hear me? Like, don't even put yourself in that position, bro, to have them debate about was it old or was it new. Like, you put yourself in a badass position when you do that, bro. I'm telling you, bro, to the jury, like, we think one thing, fans think one thing, but it's another thing. Them people who ain't never commit a crime, law-abiding citizens, and they tired of the killing. You know, that's right up their alley to send your ass to jail, bro. Especially when they hear the lyrics. You know, Drew Finland arguing about these lyrics. But if you listen to the lyrics, a person who don't gang bang and they hear the lyrics and you talking about, I lost my brother, I've been slow since and all that shit, but we got back on their ass, that means you kill somebody, bro. You hear me? Like all that shit just incriminating, man. Everything that Durk was rapping about incriminating, bro. That shit was straight incriminating, bro. And Drew can argue about this shit all day. But once it go to the jury, bro, ain't nothing Drew gonna be able to do, man. He look just like Muwap lawyer too, Drew. He look just like Muwap lawyer. A piece of shit.
Disposition to how people treat it. But you know, that's one thing for a fan base to have a predisposition. That's one thing for lay people to have a predisposition. But to have law enforcement, to have prosecutors that sit in their office and study music, look at Instagram, and try to associate some type of indication that that's a crime or a piece to a puzzle that adds up to a crime, is really sad. And I think it just isolates and targets this industry.
What's the next year looks like for you? Clearly you have this Durk case coming up. I feel like in the last 2 or 3 years, I've really seen the profile and stock of a lot of attorneys. Not only does it seem of utmost importance because a lot of rappers we love are catching these unfortunate cases, but we're realizing also the guys who are doing a good job of helping these rappers or these musicians out. You're one of them. Your profile's growing. Are you just, hey, I'm just gonna knock out these cases? It feels like you should be doing a TV show, man. It feels like you should be doing a series, man. Like you walk like a star, my guy.
I'm
We already seeing the aftermath, man. I could name a whole bunch of blocks that got more than 20 people dead, bro. 20 people. 20 people just off each block. I can name them. Just name them. Boom, 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 boom. They got 20 people who dead. Niggas be lying time about some, oh man, we only lost 2 homies. Stop playing, bro. It was 30 of y'all in that picture, man. It's only 11 of y'all left, man. Stop it. You know, I seen that with the Taekwon world, man. Everybody I knew was since they was kids, they gone, man. Gone. Gone for a cause, bro. A cause that's some bullshit. You can hide that tough shit. You can have all the tough shit in the world, man. Go ahead and have it. I know where you going being tough. Dead or in jail. Yeah, but I seen all them guys, like a lot of them just go. I remember one something, it was just funeral after funeral after funeral. I'm like, God damn. And guess who doing all the funerals? Past the motherfucking crooks. He was doing the funerals, man. Speaking of past the crooks, he called me. Time about my lawyer gonna call you. Man, I say, bro, if your lawyer call my phone, bro, I'ma tell the people how you slept with the whole congregation in New Hey, he ain't want no more smoke. He ain't want no smoke after I told him that on everything I love, bro. That nigga called my phone at like 7 in the morning. I'm like, hello? He like, yeah, yeah, somebody had told me you reported about me, and I'm gonna have to get my lawyer. I say, man, your lawyer called me, bro. I'm gonna make a video about everybody you slept with in New Beginning on everything, bro. I told his ass that on my mama. That's on my OG. I told his ass that. Nene will tell y'all, bro. I don't be lying. I don't be playing, bro. I don't play that shit. Homie don't play that. I grew up with homie don't play that. With the sock in the motherfucking with rocks in the sock. You hear me? For real, his ass called me though. A pastor called me at 7:30 in the morning. I'm waking up like, I wake up and say, thank God for waking me up first before it's some bullshit. You hear me? He ain't even let me get a chance to motherfucker say, thank you God for waking me up. This nigga called me. I look at the phone. I'm like, Pastor Brooks. Fuck he calling me for? I answer he. It sounds like a chipmunk. I'm like, hold on, slow down. What you say? He say, yeah, I'm gonna have all I heard was when he said, he said, my lawyer gonna be calling you or some shit like that. And I say, man, your lawyer called me. I'm gonna make a story, a video about how many people, wives you slept with in the New Beginning Church. He was, oh, that's all right. I don't want no problem. Told y'all I know all the secrets. Niggas don't want to play with me on everything. I know all the niggas who faggots, all that shit, bro. Like for real. I told Rich Payne don't play with me. He thought I was playing. He thought I was playing. You see that fact? You see what the Geechee did? Geechee put him out there. He biting balls on everything. That boy Rich Payne biting balls. If y'all want the photos of Rich Payne, man, just come to my inbox, man. He put out there. He biting balls. He in between the chump and the legs. The chump laying forward, and he biting He biting down. Bite down. Everybody who go against me, man, God don't like you, bro. On everything. God know, man, I got a good heart, bro. Like, that's how I feel, man. When niggas play with me, man, God come. And we just battling together, man. We just fighting the enemies, man. For real. But yeah, Rich Payne, man. That was crazy, bro. And then y'all should see the Punk 10 year challenge, bro. Like when he was a boy to the transformation to a Lil J. I'm like, what the hell? Bro, y'all gotta see that shit. I got photos though, man. The Geechee Facebook on there and everything. Y'all can go on his page on his she page and look at it. He the one put him out there. I told y'all I got a gay cousin though, so my cousin had said, "Ain't this the boy who I did a video about you?" I said, man, not man. I ain't trying to be on no messy shit, man. I don't be on that bullshit online. Say, no, this the person who said, who was talking about you when you made a video about Lil J. I said, huh? Send me the pictures. I'm like, God damn, this man biting apple. You could tell he used to get hog tied. Rich Payne, man. It's crazy, brother. Crazy work. Hey man, we finna look at Cuff Boys and we finna see what the feds had said against what Drew saying, because evidently this video is older than the paperwork that just came out on Lil Durk. The feds had came with a response. Cuff Boy, he cool, but he be fanned out too. All them they fanned out. He a white boy, he cool though, but he fanned out. He straight fanned out. I got mixed kids, so I ain't racist or none of that. I'm against racism. But yeah, he be biased sometimes. He be holding Dirk them cock, just like the other one, the Snuffleupagus dude, holding Dirk cock. Them my homies. How the fuck when them become your homies? And I knew Dirk them since they was kids. Like when they become your homies. You ain't even from Chicago. When they become your homies. Like I be trying to figure out what niggas be on the bloggers be like, Dirk them they homies. Like when the fuck they become your homie? I knew Reese them and Keith them and Dirk them since they was kids. Like all them, Moowop, all them since they Vine, all them since they was fucking kids. Like when how they became your friends, pal? Like for real. Like niggas just be dick riding, bro.
I'm on the go. I mean, I'm on airplanes. We have cases going on in 12, 14 states right now. I love my team. I love the lawyers on my team. I love how hard everybody works. But I have other things I'm interested in. I'm really concerned about people in some of the deep southern states that aren't getting proper representation because of their economic status. I want to make sure that I'm keeping focused on my non-paying issues that I care about and I love as well. That's really important to me. So if you look at my history, you'll see whether it's working on prisoner reentry issues or driving with one of my great friends, Rick Jones, executive director of the Neighborhood Defender Service, used to be of Harlem.
Hey, grandson. Hey, look, I'm telling you, they paying people. They paying the bloggers, bro, to try to change the narrative for Dirk. I ain't changing shit. If he not guilty, I'm going to say he not guilty. If he guilty, I'm going to say he guilty. I'm reporting about everything. I ain't being biased and none of that, but I know he cooked. I ain't gonna tell the people who listen to me or watch me that the nigga gonna walk scot-free without no charges or none of that. I ain't gonna tell y'all that. I be lying. Then when he get locked up for the rest of his life, y'all gonna be like, oh, Swipe, you said he was gonna be free. Now I'm telling you off the bat, his ass going to jail. You ain't gotta even worry about saying that.
Wine-Demi Millie's mother, Jamie King, was
Hey, smash that like button for me. Hey, remember I told y'all, man, Boy be riding cock sometimes. So you just gotta listen to what he reading and take it in for yourself. Cause sometimes he be, oh, they ain't got nothing. Hey, look, they got a lot, dude. Trust me, they got a lot. They ain't even Drew Finland ain't even say nothing about that second murder for hire that Lil Durk name came up in. Academics ain't even bring up that. So just listen to him and then take it for yourself for what it's worth. I'm gonna break it down with him though.
The feds have responded to Durk's application for reconsideration of detention. The government argues that lyrics were not at issue when considering if Durk should be held in jail or not, and that he fails to address the risk of flight and danger to the community. The government also sneaks in a new song that was leaked, but they found it on Durk's phone from a search warrant, where the lyrics are Durk saying he was in Beverly Hills with Choppas. I wonder what real evidence they have besides the lyrics and the text messages, because they have to have more or else this is complete horseshit. But hit subscribe. Let's
Hey, see that? Hey, look, see, and that's what people, the fans and shit, be getting it mixed up, right? Now he talking about what else do they have besides those lyrics because it sounds like horse shit. Co-conspirator number 2 is not arrested, or he might be arrested, but co-conspirator number 2 ain't locked up with Lil Durk now. He ain't in the paperwork with his name in there. Also, co-conspirator number 5 is not in the paperwork either. Hey, number 4, a lifelong Cali resident, the one who dropped the location, he's not in the paperwork either. You know why? Because they told on Lil Durk already.
go. All right, here we go. Attorneys for Plaintiff, United States of America versus Durk Banks. Lil Durk. Government's opposition to defendant Durk Banks' application for reconsideration of detention order. Central District of California, Assistant United States Attorneys Ian Yanello, Gregory Staples, Daniel Weiner. That's Wiener, right? Defendant is charged with directing 6 hitmen to travel across the country to hunt and kill his rival TB. Defendant allegedly orchestrated and financed the brazen murder plot that culminated with shooters ambushing TB's vehicle at a busy gas station in broad daylight, killing SR. Following a detention hearing in December 2024, the court ordered defendant detained based on a flight risk and ongoing danger, a reason that no conditions of release would reasonably assure the safety of the community, finding that the defendant uses money, influence, and power to endanger individuals who...
Hey, want to know how I got this $50,000 check for
the threat? It was quite obvious a judge wasn't going to let Durk out on bail. It's very rare for a judge to take a risk on a murder for hire charge like that and let them out, but the court also found that the defendant was a flight risk based on his attempt to flee the country immediately after learning of his co-conspirator's arrest. Hold on, but Durk's lawyers already explained that he wasn't fleeing. Like, remember, I even made a video of this.
Hey, see, hey, Cuff Boy. Hey, see, this where the paperwork and you reading it at, this where it stops at, brother. Hey, look, what's the coincidence of the feds picking up, the FBI picking up Didi and them, and the 5 of them, OTL Vonnie and them, and then Lil Durk trying to book 3 tickets to get up out of there after he learned that they got locked up. What's the coincidence, brother? It looked like you was trying to run, brother.
Because this is what was being reported, that Durk had decoy flights because he was planning on fleeing the country and confusing the fucking feds. It was actually, he just had like layover flights booked because he was planning to go somewhere for like work. I don't remember what it was. Defendant now seeks reconsideration of that order, but defendant's application fails to address any facts that the court relied on when it made its flight risk and danger findings, and fails to present information that was not known to defendant at the time of the hearing and that has a material bearing on his dangerousness of flight. 18 USC 314 War II. And emphasis added. They're pointing out Durk's lawyers didn't address the flight risk and danger side of things, apparently. Instead, he offers essentially the same bond package that the court already rejected and seeks to relitigate an immaterial issue about when certain of his violent rap lyrics were written. Immaterial issue? It's kind of an issue when the U.S. attorneys put lyrics in front of the grand jury and say, hey, this guy rapped about a murder that he helped commit, allegedly, and show them music videos that are actually fan edits and not even.
Hey, Cuff Boys, one more time, brother. Hey, look, the feds ain't just picked that shit out, man. One of the witnesses told them, one of the witnesses that's on Dirk and them case, number 2, number 5, it couldn't be number 4, but number 2 or number 5, who part of OTF, they told the feds that that song was part of the shit when they was making their deals with them. They was telling them all that shit, bro. They ain't just come out the blue and just pick them songs and say, oh yeah, he talking about that. They got people for that, man, to back that up, brother. Hey, look, you're not dealing with the state, man. You're dealing with the United States.
And made by him. That's an issue. Indeed, the crux of the defense application is that he did write lyrics about greenlighting someone's murder, just that it wasn't this murder. So now they're saying that Dirk's response wasn't about this murder, it was about a different murder. The lyrics go, 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 or whatever, him greenlighting it, that's him actually talking about a murder. This U.S. attorney right here is failing to realize that not all rap lyrics mean that they're true. Matter of fact, I'd say over half, probably 75% of lyrics in drill rap are complete horseshit. At the time he.
Hey, brother. Hey, Cup Boys. You don't know drill rap then. Have you ever heard of King Von? Have you ever heard of Lil JoJo? Huh? Have you ever heard of them? I ain't even mentioning the rappers who all in jail for murders right now. I'm just saying, have you heard of those guys on their thing? Drill is real, brother. I don't know what you talking about. Drill is real. L.A. Capone, them all them, they rapping about real shit. That shit wasn't fake, man. It's a lot of people died because of that shit, bro. Like they was rapping about real shit, bro. If they seen a nigga mama down bad, they was gonna rap about that shit. That shit real. Y'all just gotta start rapping about shit that y'all doing on the tracks, bro. Like for real. Y'all rapping about this shit, and then when y'all going down for it, oh man, that was just cap, them lyrics. But you said y'all spent the block twice, and on camera they saying that the cops spent the block twice. Okay.
Defense lyrics and whether or not he commercialized his violence through rap, which he did, has little to no bearing on the detention analysis before the court. But yeah, that's it. We're talking about the murder that he is charged with. That's what he's charged with. He's going to respond to the certain murder that he's charged with hiring. What are they talking about? The issue here is a narrow one. Has defendant presented new information not known to him in December 2024 that has a material bearing on whether he should be detained pending trial? The answer is no. The government respectfully requests that the court summarily deny defendant's applications for reconsideration. The indictment and defense attempt to flee. Oh boy, here we go. October 17th, 2024, grand jury sitting in the Central District of California returned an indictment charging 5 of defense co-conspirators with crimes arising from the murder, including murder for hire and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. In the early hours of October 24th, federal and local law enforcement executed multiple search warrants at locations associated with the members of the defense organization Only the Family, or OTF, in the Chicago area, and arrested the 5 charged co-conspirators. Soon after law enforcement executed the warrants, the FBI learned that the defendant had been booked on 3 international flights, including at least one to a non-extradition country. The defendant skipped the first 2 flights and was arrested when he was showed to board a private jet scheduled to leave the United States at a short time later. So what happened here, he had backup flights booked to make sure he didn't miss an event, I'm pretty sure. And it wasn't multiple flights. It was.
See, what happened was when Didi got grabbed, man, they hit Dirk phone, man, and told Dirk, man, they look, the feds came, man. Feds did a sweep. Real niggas locking up. Whatever Future said. Feds did a sweep. When they told him feds did a sweep, he got the book and shit, man. Ain't nobody dumb, cuz. On 5-5 Crip, cuz. Cuz try to get up out of there. Feds did a sweep.
It's a private jet and then one flight that was going to like 3 different countries because it had layovers. To get to his destination had layovers. On November 7th, 2024, the grand jury returned the first superseding indictment. The FSI identified defendant as co-conspirator 1, alleged that he formed and was the leader of OTF, blah, blah, blah. In December 24, the court held a detention hearing, argued the evidence. Defendant made the same argument he now raises in this application to reopen, a claim that the lyrics cited.
Welcome to Turo. What can I get you?
Yeah, hey, I've got a camping trip this weekend. Can I get a Bronco with all-wheel drive?
And an introductory allegation in the FSI about greenlighting violence could not be about SR's murder because the defendant wrote the lyrics before the murder occurred, which is a great point because they're going to address the murder that he's charged with, right? But they're like, oh, wait, he greenlit another murder, though. It's just rap lyrics. Not all rap lyrics are true, bro. During the hearing, the court addressed the matter, finding the consistency and timing of the lyrics has some relevance, but marginal to the dangerousness issue, which is the issue before me today. So the judge was like, I don't really care about the lyrics. I care about how dangerous Lil Durk is, apparently. After considering the evidence, the court ordered defendant detained based on flight risk and ongoing danger to the community. The court subsequently issued a thorough written detention order. As to danger, the court detailed the allegations against the defendant, including that conspirators acting at defense direction traveled to LA, blah, blah, blah. The court also relied on the evidence that this was not defendant's first murder for hire plot, noting in a separate matter in Chicago, defendant is alleged to have engaged in similar conduct, that he offered money for people to kill those responsible for his brother's murder, and more specifically, he offered pay money for any gangster disciple that is killed. So he hasn't been charged in that Chicago situation, I don't believe, but I keep seeing this around. How is Durk being basically punished for something he's not even charged with right now? Isn't that crazy? He's not even.
How is Durk being punished for something that he hasn't been charged with? Because it's a guy by the name of AJ who told the informant everything on a wire. The FBI put a informant in a cell with AJ. AJ is the killer of D-Thang killer. The person who's supposed to kill D-Thang, his killer, which is AJ and Marley. AJ went to jail in IDOC in Illinois River Department of Corrections, and they put an informant in a cell with him, and he told the informant how they planned the hit, how they executed it, who played a role in it, and who all paid them, and how they got paid. The informant got him to tell everything, man. That's how they got Durk in that shit. They just waiting to see what California gonna do so they can smack him across his shit some more. It's over with for my boy, man. He gonna be the first motherfucking Grammy artist that went down and in a cell next to Larry Hoover. On everything, bro. He gonna be the first one that won the Grammy and then end up in the cell next to Hoover, bro.
Even charged with that. As a result, the court found the material proffered by the government supports the conclusion that the defendant uses money, influence, power to endanger individuals. As to flight, the court rejected the argument that the defense significance bond package mitigated his risk of non-appearance. Among other things, the court finds the defendant attempted to leave the United States upon learning of the arrest of his co-conspirators. I'm pretty sure his lawyers showed the flight booking before and showed that it was like shitty seats. I think that's what it was. It was seats that he didn't want to sit in. So he's like, fuck this, I'm booking a private jet. Like straight up, that's what happened. Attention here may be open only if the judicial officer finds that information exists that was not known to the movement at the time of the hearing and that has a material bearing on the issue, whether there are conditions of release that will reasonably assure the appearance of such person as required the safety of any other person in the community. Defense claim about the timing of his rap lyrics and fan-made video is neither new nor does it have a material bearing on the court's detention and analysis. Tellingly, defense application does not even reference the court's analysis on danger or flight. It does not explain how defense lyrics or fan-made videos undermine the interference that defendant who has considerable resources attempted to leave the United States upon learning of the arrest of his co-conspirators. Bro, he was not fleeing. The defendant uses money, influence, power to endanger individuals. Nor could it. At the hearing, defense counsel raised this exact issue of timing of the defense lyrics. The court made clear that the lyrics were not material to its detention analysis. Look at these fan edit captions. Lil Durk diss Quando Rondo, a new song with emojis. Lil Durk really sampled Quando Rondo. Quando Rondo said he lost his homie with emojis.
Man, Lil Durk did not hold back in this new leak diss track. He even sampled Quando crying after he found out his friend passed. Let me know what y'all think about this.
We're getting content creator shorts. Moreover, defense proffer that his fans, rather than defendant himself, created the videos linking SR's murder is immaterial to defense danger or flight. Defendant was not detained because of his videos his fans created. He was detained because he is alleged to be the leader of a violent organization. The U.S. attorneys are basically saying he can't be released before his trial because he's dangerous and he's a flight risk. All the claims that his lawyers had about the fan video edits and the lyrics timing are basically like for the trial. It's not for this. Because he orchestrated and funded an execution-style murder with machine guns at a busy gas station, and because he tried to flee the country after his co-conspirators were arrested. But even if the lyrics or videos had some bearing on the detention analysis, they corroborate defendant's danger. Defendant has repeatedly used his pulpit as a voice of violence, publicly rapped about paying for murders, hunting opponents with machine guns, bounty hunters, and Beverly Hills. And other lyrics have a striking similarity to the modus operandi used to kill SR. So now this whole paragraph is them just reaching with lyrics. This is the YSL trial all over again. Complete shit show. For example, defendant was featured on another artist's song in which he raps, "I don't want no N-word who you catch. I want the one I paid for." Trolling ass, "We shot your homie." Gucci Mane rumors featuring Lil Durk. Hold on, they linked this Gucci Mane song with Durk. It was released 7 months before the murder. Yeah, rumors with Gucci Mane was released 7 months before the murder. How is he talking about shooting someone in the future? Saying, "I want the..."
Cuff boys. Hey, Cuff boys. No, you got it wrong, brother. Rumors came after AJ and Marley killed Stephon Mack. They know what they talking about, brother. But I'm gonna continue, man. Hey, Cuff boys. You know how to read paperwork. You don't know how to decipher the street shit. Hey, look, rumors is the murder for hire of D-Thing for D-Thing, bro. On everything. So it came out right out. It came out after they did it. Hey, don't you see? Don't you see? No. It's aha. Aha. Is that aha? Yeah, they own it, man. They own it, bro. Like, hey, it's one thing, bro. It's one thing. Like you when you rap, like it's rappers. Kanye West. If Kanye West say he killed somebody, we know he lying like a motherfucker. You hear me? Ain't nobody on the street could verify that. But if you hanging with killers and they committing crimes and you rapping about it, it ain't hard to put the time with the thing. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all this. I don't know if y'all know this dude named Glock Boy Bobo. You know how the Glock Boy Bobo got caught? He got caught because he went on Instagram and said, "I'm outside at 2:30 in the morning." Hey, look, they tracked him all the way back to 4 home invasions, all the way on 33rd, 44th from downtown. He was downtown on live at 2 something in the morning and said, "I'm still outside. What y'all on?" And the feds got him off that shit, bro. They tracked him. They backtracked. They backtracked that live all the way back to them cribs, bro. He in the feds right now, facing probably life. He hijacked like he home invaded like 5 Mexicans on some real shit. His name Glock Boy Bobo or some shit like that. He a rapper from Chicago. They ain't playing, bro. They tracking shit down.
The one I paid for. This is so stupid. Scoom His Ass is a leak song. Although Scoom Your Ass does not appear to have been officially released by the defendant, the lyrics are authentic as the government seized the audio file from the co-conspirator's cellular phone pursuant to a federal search warrant, which has been produced to the defense. They found this song on his phone that's not released. That's crazy. Ride through Beverly Hills with choppers, dying to see the ops. That's actually bad because it literally happened in Beverly Hills. That lyric is bad. Fuck. This happened in the YSL trial. The judge always says we need a nexus to this lyric and the crime.
Hey, that is bad, bro. When a crime happened in Beverly Hills, and you saying you riding with choppers through Beverly Hills, and them people finish listen to the rest of the lyrics, man, you guilty, man. These white people ain't gonna be no black people in there. If it do be some black people up in there, he gonna be a farmer. He gonna be a farmer from the outskirts of goddamn it, Santa Valley, California, some motherfucking what. And he tired of the young punks breaking in his crib and his cars and shit. It's gonna be a hard fight for Dirk, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I just think his lawyer, man, his lawyer a celebrity, bro. Like, I don't want my lawyer doing no fucking interviews and shit. Like, now the feds know how you coming. The feds sitting back watching you. They analyzing you. They gonna smack him. They gonna smack Durk across the head because his lawyer. His lawyer think it's sweet instead of just letting it play out. His lawyer undermining them, saying like they lying basically.
And when that judge hears they have Choppas and Beverly Hills, he's going to let that lyric in. I promise you that. And this sucks because I fucking hate lyrics coming into trials, dude. He's going to think that's enough nexus. Bounty hunter, he ready to crack that little bitch down to get her off. Defendant is wrong to suggest he is charged in this case or is being detained pending trial because of his lyrics. It's true that the words of power, the defense words about greenlighting violence and placing bounties may be admissions of criminal conduct. That is for the jury to decide. But this case is not about how defendant made his money. It is about how he allegedly chose to spend his money and wield his power in August of 2022 on death and violence. Wait, this whole paragraph is basically saying his lyrics don't mean much, but why do you keep citing lyrics then? So what other evidence do they have besides him saying don't book no flights connected to me and the OTF credit cards? They got to have way more evidence, dude. They basically just said the lyrics don't mean shit. They admitted that themselves. It's for the jury to decide. Right here, for the jury to decide. For the foregoing reasons, the government respectfully requests that this court deny the application and maintains order to detain a defendant pending trial in this matter. Government submits the defendant has failed to meet the threshold shown to establish he is entitled to reopen the detention hearing. To the extent the court permits the hearing, the government will be prepared to submit additional evidence showing defense dangerousness and willingness to disregard conditions imposed upon him, including ongoing violations of BOP rules. So they're saying he's breaking rules in the jail. I think it's 3-way phone calls he got in trouble for. They're probably bringing that up again. Comment out what you guys think. Hit subscribe. Love you guys. Peace out.
Yeah, man. The boy, old Smirky. Who said something about somebody said Flacco got surrounded by the Crips? Flacco must then pay that money for that brick baby fee. Flacco probably clickbait.
Today was a crazy day at No Jumper, and everything got captured on camera. I was told not to make this video. I might lose my job for making this video, but I said, yo, my people need the content. I got to bring the content, bro. You feel me? Adam, my brother, bro, he gonna forgive me, man, but we got to talk about this. This is really, really, really bad. This entire situation is centered around two people. The guy on your left called Travis Ford, he's a guy from Main Street Crip. And the guy on your right, Uno Lush One, he's a No Jumper legend and current host of the No Jumper Show. Here's what happened. Travis Ford was in communication with Lush One. He was under the assumption that he was going to come to No Jumper to do more content. Lush One gave him the okay. Lush One gave him a time. Lush One told him pull up. Now, when he was pulling up, though, he was supposed to come with him and one other person. Because the last time Travis Ford came to No Jumper, Travis Ford came and did the news, and he came with 100 people. And that was a major issue, especially taking into consideration the last time Travis Ford was in the building, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Adam 22 dropped surveillance footage of Travis Ford apparently going into a room that no guest should be in, is a room that's like cut off from everybody, is a room that only Adam is supposed to be in. And they caught Travis Ford taking merch out the room. He crept in, feet not even making a whisper. All right, grabbed the merch, put it under his clothes, then he walked out. Now, shout out to my guy, Moneybag Rose _62, the guy you see right here. So he actually got the merch from Travis Ford and brought it back because he really wasn't feeling, Travis Ford taking the merch without permission. I'm not the brightest bulb, all right? I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I could probably assume that after this incident, inviting him back to No Jumper without getting it approved with Adam is probably not the best idea. But Lush probably wasn't thinking. Homie was hitting him up. He probably agreed to have him come on. So Lush told him, no, come with two people, bro. All right, you and someone else. That's it. Because last time you came, you had an army with you. Only two people, bro. Please. So Travis Ford said, I got you, bro. All right. And when Travis Ford pulled up this morning, he ain't pull up with one person, two people, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. Travis Ford pulled up with 35 people. Lush One got to No Jumper today at around 1 p.m. Travis Ford got to No Jumper at around 11:55 a.m. So when Travis Ford got to No Jumper, Adam was like, why are y'all here? Because Adam had no idea that Travis Ford was coming. Travis Ford explained to him, Lush One invited us. Adam says, wait for Lush One to come. Because Adam was completely unaware what was going on. Imagine coming to work and you see 35 goons and gangbangers outside with cameras, a cake, and tacos. And you're wondering why you guys here, and then they're telling you one of your employees invited them, but that employee ain't answering his phone and he's not there yet. So Adam refused to let them in. And when Lush One got there, Adam instructed Lush One to go outside and let them know that they cannot come in.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe.
Bro, these folks are tripping right now, dog.
Adam, come outside.
Bro, hey, they
Don't come outside. It's gonna be a problem.
Hey, bro, they're tripping, bro.
What you tripping on? What you told us to be here?
Nah, bro, I know, but you wasn't supposed to be like super deep like that. You said it was just gonna be the two of y'all was gonna come back right
I
now.
got my 6 hoes and my home.
I get it.
I feel bad for the entourage who woke up early in the morning to come and support because it's not their fault, bruh, right? They were told to show up. They were told they would be welcome. They had no idea that Travis Ford was only told to bring 2 people. So when you pop up 30 deep, they're coming to support their boy. They're coming to have a good time. And it's not their fault that they're being treated like this, that they're being asked to wait outside. They're sort of being treated like they're not supposed to be there. It's not their fault. And I feel bad for them, bro, because nobody should feel unwanted. But I don't understand. Listen, maybe it's because I'm not from LA. I don't understand. Maybe it's an LA thing, bro. I don't understand being given an invite to invite one other person and then showing up with 30 people and thinking that's okay and you're going to get let in. I would never understand that. Well, the conversation developed. They start telling Lush, hey, bro, if Adam is telling you that we can, bring Adam outside, bro. Bring him outside, bro. And Lush is trying to settle this, bro, because, No Jumper sent Lush outside. They told Lush, hey, bro, this is your problem. You created this problem. You got to go outside and fix this problem and get them to leave.
I get it. Yeah, I'm trying to.
my cousin.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it right now, brother.
Tell him to come.
Y'all want to shine shit in the viral shit, man. He sure he do it like he has a whole other thing going on.
He need to come on and talk to us about it.
I'm talking.
Hey, Adam, a dirty motherfucker, bro. Adam gonna send the scariest nigga on his team outside with some gang members. They telling him to go and get Adam, and he's scared because he don't want to go and get fired. But Adam looking out the window listening.
I'm talking on his behalf.
You got the whole.
I'm talking on his behalf.
Community out here.
I understand that.
You want us to be out here with signs, protesting in front of y'all?
Oh, nah.
Come on, bro. We got food.
Yes, I do.
Hey, we got money out here. We got production teams out here.
They brought a cake for No Jumper. They brought a cake for No Jumper. I'm so confused, bro. He even brought an entire production crew and a hanging mic as well. So I'm trying to understand what exactly did Travis Ford pull up to do? What exactly did he think he was? Lush invited him to be on the News to podcast. He pulled up with the entire hood. It was as if they were trying to do a hood day at No Jumper. This was despicable. This is one of the nastiest works I've ever seen. This is some nasty work, bro. I love No Jumper. That's my home. But I don't think there's a podcast out right now, including No Jumper, that's serious enough to bring a cake to celebrate being invited to. Now, this is outrageous. I ain't never seen this before. So imagine bringing a cake. Imagine bringing
Yeah, that's why we're not coming in on that type of time, man.
He said I told him I was coming to party. If he said that,
I didn't realize
coming to party.
I didn't realize it was a party. Like every time.
He would have played. You feel me? When the motherfucker say, "Hey, we coming to party."
Every time I see your ass is a party. You feel me?
You know what time it is.
You gotta be stressful around here, man. You gotta be fucking stressing out here.
Make sure
y'all filming that, gang. We don't want to bad no
Police is on there. Let's get out there way.
Now it's hot.
Ain't nobody getting in there.
Well, it's time. We gonna have to dig there because I already told this nigga we gotta leave. It's scary. No, that's right.
That's blessed. That's the God.
We about to leave there. We was waiting, and like you said, and they were saying, and now they're not letting us.
This is the second call.
So we out of here.
Call about messages.
We out of here. We out of here.
I don't know who called.
They called the police on it.
So this is the second call.
Yeah, man. Let's get that on.
J out. No jumpers. Just call the police on it. No jumpers.
Adam scary ass. Adam called 12 on their ass. They finna get on his ass. He's scary. He a scary ass dude, bro. Talk all that shit. He could have went out there and told Buddy them, hey, look, man, y'all ain't getting on the show, bro. Do what y'all gonna do.
Yeah, get us on camera. Fuck jumper on hood.
Boy, no jumper done did his big one now, bro. Boy, no jumper done did their big one now, man. Them boys is screaming F no. Oh, nah, bro. They screaming F no jumper on. Look, you know it's serious, bro.
Hey, y'all, we gotta go though. We gotta go, man. Family already told the police, man. Told the police. Already told the police. We was gonna get up out of here earlier. They came. No jumper called the police on us twice. After inviting, you feel me, my little homie up here. They didn't get here. I have no idea why.
You know what?
But they haven't let someone in.
Yeah, you straight. You know, we ain't gonna make sure you straight. You straight. Fuck them niggas, on 603. Come on, hey, we gotta vacate, y'all. We have to get up out here. I already told Mr. Rodriguez.
Adam, scary ass. Let us in.
Travis Ford, cuz, what's going on, cuz?
Stop playing less invited us.
No.
Nigga, y'all better be gang and the culture, cuz, to the whole east side and west side out here, nigga. Oh man, we ain't nothing but shit.
Hey, cuz, check it out, Trav. Yeah, Adam ain't fucking you today, cuz. So this what we gonna do, cuz. You gonna take your crew. Y'all gonna get the fuck out of here. We gonna try it again next time. We gonna try to get my boy. You my boy. You my boy. But Adam ain't fucking. So y'all gotta get up out of here, cuz. Man, it's all bad. Yeah, cuz y'all trespassing at this point, cuz. You gotta go. Damn.
This ain't out to whack, cuz. Nigga, fuck no jumper, nigga. Fuck Adam, nigga. Fuck Lush, cuz. Nigga, y'all invited us here, bro. Niggas spent a lot of money to be here and bring gifts and drop the mics and video man, cuz. So y'all want to play with us, cuz? Y'all got to get the LA, nigga.
Boy, no jumper. Y'all done did it now, man. Y'all done outdid yourself today, man. You got 35 Crips screaming, y'all got to get the F out of LA. How is podcasting supposed to continue? Podcasting is the new streets, people. Somebody not inviting you on their podcast is the equivalent now to somebody dissing your dead homies, man. Somebody telling you can't come and podcast with me is the same as somebody dissing the dead homies, bro. People taking it serious now, bro. They willing to die, kill, and catch a body over not being able to podcast with you now, bro. This is insane. Now, Travis Ford would take to his Instagram to make the message clear to No Jumper, just in case they didn't get it the first time. He made an IG post and tag No Jumper and tag a couple other people. He will say, we were supposed to be here with proof, calling the police on the black community leaders. Hey, bruh, they not just Crips, man. They community leaders. Yeah, I stop speaking up on LA business. You LA County, F with them, duck with them. Oh, my God. If you F with No Jumper, you gotta duck the bullets with No Jumper. Oh, no. Is this? Do he not know there's a RICO going on in LA? Oh, this is self-incrimination at its finest. F No Jumper, east to west of South LA. Speak up on your culture, not ours, until y'all make it right. Stay dangerous. East side, stop speaking on our culture if you can't be around us. I ain't mad at him, man. Right? When you're in LA, the quickest way to get some answers or get some resolution is to make threats. Because if you're a gangbanger with, I don't know, 1,000 people behind you, you can probably get some things done. All right. Now, I do kind of like the logic, though. You're not a culture vulture if you allow me in your building to podcast. But if you don't want to podcast with me, you're a culture vulture. Hey, I ain't mad at you, bro. Feel me? If that's your logic, man. Y'all let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think about this, man? All right. Do y'all believe that No Jumper did Travis Ford wrong? Let me know, okay? And if you're still watching, click on this video somewhere on my screen to find out why this Muslim leader believed that Shannon Sharp got set up. I'm going to see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen.
Yeah, I see what the fuck I see, man. Don't tell no child say nothing to me, bitch. That nigga can't even net yet. Fuck you. Yeah, I see what the fuck I see.
Hey, young boy, crazy as hell. Young boy said that little nigga can't even young yet. Lil King, let's see what Lil King up to, y'all.
Finding where you fit.
All right, so everybody already know you, but Finesse 2Tymes, he got to turn himself in. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really say when in his video. With social media. This shit crazy. Yeah, I am.
On 5-5 Crip, Shock.
Else, man, they have a I can't just go turn myself in. They have a time when they want you to surrender. You can't just you can't just turn yourself in. You can't just turn yourself in the field. They have a time you have to surrender. But anyway, man, this gonna be my last live for a while, man. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't got nothing to do with social media at all, man. You know what I'm saying? Just having a good heart. You know what I'm saying? Having a good heart got me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Having a good heart got me fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? Nigga hard gonna get him zipped up in a body bag. You know what I'm saying? And so anyway, man, I forgot where I was at. But anyway, long story short, I allowed this woman in my house, and she was jealous, man. You know what I'm saying? She was jealous and envious of her daughter relationship with me, and that she couldn't get out of me what she wanted her daughter to get out of me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no trick, cause like I ain't one of them. I ain't no nigga who just gonna give my money away. I don't give a fuck how many millions I got. I'm not giving no $10 and $20 and $30,000. I don't care about what other niggas doing. I don't care about what's the trend is, buying Birkins and all. I don't do all that. I'm sorry. And if me not being a trick make you not like me, then so be it. I've been locked up all my life. Ain't nobody did nothing for me. Ain't nobody gave me nothing. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't like me because I ain't tricking, then baby, we ain't meant for each other. It's just simple as that. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I sit up in the cell for years and years and years. Ain't nobody sent me nothing. And I supposed to get out here, get my millions. And just because you a bad bitch and you look good and your ass fat and your head fine, I supposed to just shower you with gifts and shit? No, man. Hell no, mother got to work for it. I work for everything I got. You know what I'm saying? So she mad because her daughter can't come into my life and shake me down. So the first time we have a situation, I put her out. I tell her, man, you can get the fuck on at my spot. I put her out. But the man in me, right? The man in me, you know what I'm saying? And I'm finna give y'all everything. I'm finna really break this shit down because people always be worried about Suge and her kids. I'm finna tell y'all what's going on. People always be wanting to speak on why the other kids ain't there, why the other kids ain't around, why the other kids woo. You finna learn today. Since y'all want to be a motherfucker, being a motherfucker finna get all the way down to the nitty gritty about this shit. Check this out.
Hey, is it me or is he playing with his nose? I just heard him say he just took a long ass snort under his hand. What he got, one of them vaporizers in his hand that clears the sinuses or something? And got off that cocaine.
Sugar mama is the real deal laws. The real deal police type shit. And
Mom jeans. She passed them down to you, but who passed them to her?
The shit that she do shit to get you sent to jail or get you fucked off. I didn't know that about this lady at first. I didn't know that shit. I didn't know that about this lady. I didn't know that, she came around me. She came around me like an old sweet lady who want to help and beat her so we can go handle our business and make shows and do our bookings, and like she just want to be a part of the situation. You know what I'm saying? That's how she came. And I gave this woman a way out. I told this lady, look, you can stay here free. You got your own room. The kids got their own room. Bunk beds, TVs, toys, clothes, all that shit still at my house right now. Right now. You see what I'm saying? So I offered this lady an opportunity. I said, hey, say what? So I move this lady in. I get her own room. I tell her, man, hey, y'all can do what y'all want to do. Just help me out. Keep the place clean. You know what I'm saying? Keep the place clean. You know what I'm saying? Just that's it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm on the road and shit, so I'm busy. I let this lady stay in my house, man, and this lady laid on me like a dirty rag, man. She laid on me like an old dirty rag, man. She watching me and Suge business. She listening to everything me and Suge got going on. I'm thinking that I'm hipping her mama. I'm not thinking that I'm hipping somebody who's sitting around mad and envious and jealous of me like that and playing sweet and playing cool. So the woman, man, this woman just fucked me off, man. Man, this woman just tricked me out of my freedom. And I'm gonna tell you something. Man, my PO told me 2 years ago. She said, you smart. I like how you move. It ain't gonna be you to get you fucked up. It's gonna be somebody around you to get you fucked up. And when she told me that, it set on me. I'm like, so I had cut a lot of motherfuckers off. I'm like, nah, I ain't, because if I'm around this nigga, he whatever. But I just can't believe this woman didn't really so fuck all this. I'm gonna go and get to the point. Sugar ain't got her kids because of her mama. Sugar mama will take the kids, run off with them, threaten to call the police and tell them, I'm gonna call the police and tell them you selling dope. I'm gonna call the police and tell them she buying guns. I'm gonna call the police and tell them y'all got guns in the house. Because she know I'm on federal probation. So this the type of shit this the type of games that these women play. This the type of games that this woman playing with me. So I tell you, I'm like, man, I ain't gonna lie. Until we get this legal shit behind us, all this federal probation shit, let your mama keep the kids. Just make sure them kids straight. Go see them. Go make sure they healthy. Make sure they doing good in school and send them bacon. Whenever you get a chance to be with them, be with them. But the games your mama playing, I can't allow it around me because your mama is using these kids for bait. Your mama is using these kids for money. Your mama is you. So that's why. That's why. But I told her, I said that because I ain't with no police activity. I ain't trying to have the police in and out my business. What the fuck you call it? CPS, the Children Department, Correctional, or whatever the fuck. I done dealt with them 2 times dealing with King. I'm not trying to be dealing with these white folk, man. I'm not trying to be dealing with these white folks, so I don't want these. So I tell Suge, you know what I'm saying? Like, let mom do, man, listen. So boom. Man, this shit crazy. I done went all this time and got off. For it to be somebody that I helped, though. I can see if it was me. I can see if I did something, I fucked myself up. For it to be somebody that I helped genuinely, we done packed up and went out and went out and had fun together and ate together, sat at the table and shit together. How you cross a nigga that's done for you? How many times I didn't, and you can't say we don't do for them kids. Like, how many times I done just dry gave you $1,000? Dry gave, how many, you want us to show some receipts? Like, so you going around and you letting this narrative build up around Sugar, like she don't be there for her kids and like she ain't got her kids around her, and you know why she ain't got them around. You know why. You dead motherfucker wrong. Because you know if a motherfucker come over there and get them kids, you gonna send the police. You gonna send the feds to a motherfucker shit, man. You dead wrong, man. And you let it be known you ain't even got no problem. You dead wrong. And I still ain't gonna disrespect you. Because you an old lady. I still ain't gonna disrespect you. But you dead wrong, man. And God don't like ugly, man. You doing good niggas like that, my motherfucker who was there for you. Then I allowed you back in my crib. $1,000 for 10 kids. No, there's $1,000 just on GP. What the fuck is you talking about? See, you don't know what you're talking about. You just sitting on the other end of this phone typing and probably smell like shit. You sitting on the other end of this phone typing, smell like shit, don't know what you talking about, and smell like shit. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I ain't gonna lie, man. This nigga Finesse 2Tymes. He started working out because he been off that crack. That's why he started working out. So when he lose weight, as he losing weight, it could look like he just been working out the whole time. He off that shit. He can't even stop moving. I see sweat coming through his do-rag, man. That's crazy. Hey, but look though, man. Finesse 2Tymes ain't lying about what he just said though.
You sitting on the other end of this phone typing, smell like shit.
Hey, if somebody living in your crib for free, with no bills and you getting them $1,000, that's more than enough. I don't give a fuck who you is. They ain't gotta pay no bills. They got a room in your house. They live for free. All they gotta do is clean up and they getting $1,000. That's sweet. That's sweet, man. How much else can he give you? Just cause he got some money, that don't mean that shit. But if you watching 10 kids, I need more than that shit. Fuck that, them kids bad. And you gotta clean up behind all of them. But yeah, $1,000, that's sweet. And you ain't gotta pay no bills, bro. You living rent free. You should be stacking that $1,000, if you ask me.
Don't know what you talking about. It smell like shit. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You just smell like shit. Shut the fuck up, cuz. This is GP money. $1,000 ain't no money around here. Like this money just for the hair and the gas money. And I don't care about. Yeah, they just thank you money, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, to shut the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? But so I open my heart back up to the woman. I tell Suge, I'm like, man, my baby mama take my daughter from me. She took my daughter from me. My baby mama took my daughter from me. She was mad because I'm dealing with Suge. She wanted to be in a pilot with us. We didn't want her, so she took my daughter from me. Simple as that. She take my daughter, I'm big father. So I tell Suge, I'm like, man, let's do something, let's get the kids back around, man. It's been 8-9 months. I forgive Joyce for that little shit she did. Man, let's let Joyce come back over here and get the kids in here, man. And you know what I'm saying? I want to do the family thing. You know what I'm saying? I've been locked up too long, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been locked out, so I want to be a family man. I want to do the family thing. I want to see some kids running around the house. I want to eat at the table with my woman and kids. I've been locked up all my life. You know what I'm saying? I didn't miss the whole lot. So I don't want to do what the average person want to do. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I want a family. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I still wheel and deal, but I want a family. I want to sit down and eat, and I want to talk. I want to raise the kids and ask them how they doing and take them. That's what I want to do. I'm trying to transition into being it. I'm trying to transition into being a father, not just a daddy. I'm trying to be a real father figure. You know what I'm saying? So I tell Suge, let her come and, let the kids come, you know what I'm saying? Sure, bring my P to your life, bro. And I move them in. And again, after the first time she did the foul shit, I let her come back because she got my woman kids and I don't, she playing police games, and I'm telling George, like, George, we ain't gotta do all that, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure you stay with your grandkids, you know what I'm saying? Your grandkids you gonna be all right. Man, move her back in. She laying on me, y'all. Check me out. I'm finna give y'all the real spiel before I go in. You see what I'm saying? Before I turn myself in, I'm finna give y'all the spiel.
Check out all of our digital coupons on the My County Market app. Tons of great penny pincher deals are available every.
So boom. One day, we at the big house. We chilling. And BBJ get up. BBJ mad as a motherfucker. Like, she mad as hell. And I'm like, damn, baby, you know what I'm saying? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? What you mad for? BBJ then got like 7 screenshots. I ain't gonna even put their name out there, but from some anonymous people that Sugar Mama and Sugar, this girl that Sugar Mama talked to, been selling information that go on in my house to the blogs. She been selling information. These folks knew BBJ had a warrant. And Sugar Mama said in one of the messages in the screenshot that she wanted that bitch to go to jail anyway. She was like, yeah, that bitch got a warrant and yeah, the police liable to pop up any day. The police liable, like she ready for BBJ to go to jail. So I'm like, damn, like, what the fuck you talking about suing? Man, what the fuck I look like suing this old sog ass woman, man? What I'm gonna get out of it? Fuck, I'm gonna sue this old sog ass woman for, cuz. But anyway, so I find out that she's selling information to the blogs, to the T pages and shit. So I'm like, BBJ crying, she mad, she like, damn, I didn't, you know, cause we were everybody trying to get back on, you know. So I'm like, damn, is Suge mad? Everybody mad in the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That Joyce and this girl been selling what's going on in the house to the blogs and shit. So I'm like, oh, respectfully, Joyce, pack up respectfully and get your ass. Pack up and get your ass. I ain't had no remorse because I felt like, why is you telling my business? Why is you telling my business? Like, why is you selling information that's going on in my house to the blogs for, Joyce? Like, what you doing that for? But respectfully though, just pack up and get up out of here. She come to me and say, she crying. Oh, well, what about the kids? What you mean, what about the kids? They mama here, BBJ here, I hire nannies from time to time. We don't need your help, Joyce. You can leave. Why every time you get put out, you want to say, oh no, the kids coming with me too. And then when a motherfucker say, no, the kids can stay here. The kids don't have to go. Why is you taking, oh, well, I'm finna call the police. I'm finna, you know what? The police, you got that. Go on. The police, that's what you gonna call? Go. Take all the kids with you and get their clothes, their snack packs and everything. Backpacks, scooters, take all this shit you talking about putting the police in the bin. Bye. That's how I'm moving, cuz. When the police get involved, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want nothing to do with no police, bro. I don't want nothing to do with the laws. I don't want, all you gotta do is tell me you're gonna call the police on me one time. I'm out your business. I'm out your hair. You have never got to worry about me again. Tell me anything about you can say, and I'm gone. It's over with. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? So I kick Joyce out. But let me tell you how I kick her out. And then when she leave, like I said, she leave with the kids. So she was crying, she mad. I'm like, man, listen, just go on, let her go. Let her take the kids. When we get this legal shit behind us, we'll worry about that. We'll get custody of them. We'll get custody of the kids after we get this legal shit out the way. You going to court, I'm on federal probation. She turned out the police, let her take the kids. So now, guess the condition she got the kids under. She got the kids under conditions where they in a 2-bedroom house. It's 5 of them. It's Suge 4 kids and her brother child. Y'all got it fucked up. Suge got 4 kids, man. 5 include mine. You see what I'm saying? And she got her brother child, her brother in jail or whatever. But anyway, you know, we still took care of her too, like she was ours. You know what I'm saying? We still housed her and made sure she was good like she was ours. You know what I'm saying? But the kids don't want for shit. But what you taking them for, Joyce? Like what you know why Joyce taking them kids? Because she know that's the only financial stability that she gonna have. That's the only reason she taking them kids. Because she knows Sugar gotta send her money. Sugar gotta pay her rent. She gotta do that. You feel what I'm saying? Sugar got to do for her because her kids were her. So she using the kids as a clutch, as a tool. Her mama holding on to the kids, using them. I'm finna tell y'all, this is how she did King. I'm finna tell y'all what she did to King. She got the kids brainwashed. She wanted them old ladies. She liked to manipulate kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? So boom. Now I'm getting to the part where I go to jail. I catch these charges. And I'm gonna be honest with you. This Lil Ju charge. They charge Lil Ju. I'm Lil Ju charge partner. I'm finna tell y'all. And when she leave, mind you this, when she leave, I give her a few thousand to leave. I give her a hotel or what was it? I got an Airbnb for 2 weeks until she can get on her feet. I said, go to your Airbnb, here go you some cash, and I gave her my Hummer. That's my heart again. After a motherfucker that went and sold information to the blogs about me, I'm still helping them.
Hey man, hey, look, man, I'm kind of leaning towards, besides the King shit on this situation, I'm with Finesse 2Tymes. That's an ungrateful motherfucker. And then sold the story to the blogs, and he still gave her a Hummer, 2 weeks at an Airbnb, and some thousands. Oh, he's sweet. He off that cocaine. That's why. That's that cocaine. When he go broke, now he talking about it. I gave you 2 cars and $3,000. That cocaine draining his ass. That shit make you run out of money. That's why them crackheads be coming back so fast. They be running out of money. He running out of money now it's the girl problem. Shit crazy, man. Stay off drugs, folks. Marijuana and probably some nicotine or something. I recommend nobody don't start smoking, period. But if you smoke, just get a little weed or something.
I'm still sitting up here helping a motherfucker after a motherfucker went and told these folks my motherfucker. I'm still helping a motherfucker get a motherfucker money, a roof over their head, and transportation. I'm wrong though. So look, fast forward, a couple weeks go by. Sugar finna have to pay her mama to watch her grandchild. And you be watching Spice Kids for free. You watch Spice Baby for free. You watch them, and I'm gonna tell you why you watch that baby for free like that. You watch that baby for free because you like the fact that that baby turned out not to be mine. You like that baby ain't mine, so you will watch Spice Baby for free, but you are charged to watch your real grandbaby. Man, you sick, man. Man, you sick, George. You sick, George. You hear me? And I'm gonna let you know. Before this shit over with. Y'all finna see. But anyway. So her ass put out. And Suge finna pay her because we got a booking. So we at my people's smoke shop. We posting up, we ain't doing shit, chilling. Everybody just preparing to go to the show. So Suge mama pull up. She got the keys in the car with her. Now, man, y'all now. King also been away from around me for 3 months. King been away from around me for 3 months. I ain't seen King. I'm thinking King with his daddy. Cause that's the last nigga I seen him with. That's the last nigga I seen him with was his daddy. But now mind you, this one King is bagging up from me because I ain't buying him no more Gucci and Louis. He ain't having no more big boy bankrolls, and I ain't taking him to the clubs and shit no more. I'm putting belt to ass now. He going to school now. He rocking regular kid clothes. So he ain't liking this because he want to be grown. Can't want to be grown. He don't. So when I put Joyce out, King say,
Hey, I'm gonna have to speak on this now. You weren't never supposed to get King anyway, bro. Like for real. You made King feel like he was a grown up. And then you try to snatch it away from him overnight. After you done made it cool to him to shoot dice, drink lean, smoke weed, curse. You did that to him. I don't know King before that, but I know King since he been with you. He been shooting dice, cursing, arguing with grown ups, disrespecting motherfuckers, all type of shit.
bruh, can I go over Joyce's house until school get out Monday with the rest of the kids? I said, King, I don't know. Let me call your grandma. I called King grandma now. I said, hey, King want to go over Miss Joyce's house. I didn't tell her what was going on. She said, King don't need to go over no Joyce's house. I don't know no Joyce. So King was like, Grandma Joyce is the lady who that's the kids' grandmama over here. So she was like, do you know the lady? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, King in good hands with her. I was like, I don't think, King in good hands with her. I don't think she'll hurt King or nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? If he want to go over there, he want to be around the kids and kick it and shit, you know what I'm saying? Let him go. You know what I'm saying? So she let him go. So when King went over there, though, that's when his daddy came and got him, and I never seen him again. I never seen King since that day. Since that day, I never seen King again. So now, this whole time, 3 months later, King been with Joyce. Joyce got him over there using him for information. Joyce got him over there using him for his money. This old lady. You see what I'm saying? Got him over there using him for his bread and his information. You see what I'm saying? But since he can't do what he want to around me no more, that's why he ran away with Joyce. Because Joyce finna let him do what he want to do and say what he want to say. And he can sneak around Joyce. He can't sneak around me. I'm hip to all the little bush shit you on. So I ain't going for it. So he wanted to go around Joyce. King was ready to get away around me because I wasn't going no more. That's all. That's all it was. When I slowed down and I made him start earning the shit that he was getting, King was ready to get away around me. King used me. It's safe to say that he used me. He pulled a real Memphis move. He used me. That's what King did. He used me, and then after he used me, he earned me out. You know what I'm saying? He did a Memphis move. That's what Memphis niggas do. That's how Memphis niggas rock.
Excessively, feel extreme fatigue, or have blurred vision due to diabetes. Place this under your tongue.
There's a Memphis nigga for you. Like, they gonna use you and abuse you, and then they gonna act like you ain't never did shit for them. I'm sitting in the back of the smoke shop. Sugar oldest daughter come in there. she dressed up. It was a dress up day in school. So I said, oh, what, you was an old lady today? She said, yeah, King dressed up too. I said, King dressed up? She said, yeah, King dressed up. I said, King been in school? Because I know he was in daddy's with his daddy. Like, she said, yeah, King been in school. King in the car. King in the car? How the fuck is King in the car? Like, y'all ain't understanding what's going on. Like, if something happened to this boy, man, them folks is gonna come at Finesse. They not gonna come at Miss Joyce. They not gonna come at his dad. They not gonna come, they gonna come at Finesse. If something happened to this boy, anything go on, the first thing they gonna look at is me. So I'm like, what? I tell her, tell King, come here. When King get in there, I said, God damn, my nigga, you just been bucking the shit out of me, ain't it? Man, sit your ass down, man. Like any other dad will do. Like any other dad who don't play that shit will do. Hey, man, sit your ass down, man. So now I'm finna have to get him back to my mama house because we got a booking. We finna have to go out. I'm finna have to. Man, guess what King do? He strike out running. Literally. Like ass and elbows. Like, that's all you saying. Ass and elbows. King strike out running. Back to the truck to Joyce. This is exactly how I'm looking. The fuck, like, you just ran, like, King just. I said, let you, man, go get this nigga, bro. Go get King, bro. I don't know, this nigga tripping. Let you go out there by himself. Now, this the charge. This the charge that this old lady done went and put on me, y'all. This what this lady done put on me, y'all. Let you go outside. By himself. Now, mind you said that's who, sure? Now, mind you. Man, it's crazy. This old lady that got me fucked off like this. Huh? Mute my comments? How I do that? Oh. But anyway, yeah, that'll make some motherfuckers who ain't really on it, the real supporters, get the fuck on up out of here. So look. What's up, Cole? You all right? Yeah. All right, say no more. So look. Man, this shit cutthroat, man. So look. Let you go outside.
Man, this nigga high. He off motherfucking drugs, bro. He high than a motherfucker, man. He can't even get the words out. He gotta stop and do something else because he high. That shit eating him up.
Sugar on the right side of the truck. Strapping my baby in.
We both on the right side.
You ain't Lil Juice on the same side? Yeah. Lil Juice stick his head in the truck and tell King, man, get your ass up out this truck, man. Come on back here and your ass and go to the house. Joyce tell Lil Juice, now this, Joyce ain't got nothing to do with my family. Joyce ain't got nothing, Joyce don't know King. Joyce met King through me. She don't know King. She don't supposed to have King or none of this shit. I literally let King go over there for 3 days. And fucking Joyce kidnapped the boy and let him do what the fuck, whatever they did. And it ended up to now. So look, check this out. Both of them on the same side of the truck. I'm looking at the camera from the smoke shop. I'm standing in the smoke shop looking at the camera, looking at what's going on, trying to see if King finna get his ass out the truck. Next thing I know, I see the motherfucking truck start moving. All I know is my baby is halfway sticking out this truck. Like, cause Sugar trying to scrap my baby in. So I panic. I run outside. When I get outside, I'm telling Suge and Lil Ju, man, fuck it, let her go. Just get my baby. Like, let her go. Like, this woman, this old lady is literally sitting in the car arguing with Lil Ju about King. And Lil Ju telling her, like, this ain't even your child. Like, this not your child, bro. Why is you out here arguing? Man, the lady literally, when Lil Ju back, I said, fuck it, bro, just give my child, let King stay in there. Like I said, because I already know what type of time Joyce on. Joyce on some straight police shit. So I ain't trying to deal with Joyce. Like, if that's what she on, she want to have King like that, she can have King. Let me call King grandmama and his dad and let them know my Joyce got King. Because obviously y'all know he with Joyce, but y'all ain't telling me he with Joyce because I ain't getting y'all no money no more. Because I ain't getting motherfuckers money no more. That's what all this is about, man. All this shit is about money. That's what this shit about. All this shit is about some money. So the old lady stopped the truck. I get the Jonesing on her with your old fat SpongeBob SquarePants looking at I tell the bitch, bitch, boiled egg with legs, having looking ass bitch. I get the going in on the bitch, yeah, bitch, upside down, oval looking ass bitch. I get the check, I'm joning on her. So she leave. I'm thinking that that's just that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, she took King, I called King grandmama, I said, hey, they acted like it was cool. I took my hands off of it. I never worried about King again until my PO called me and told me the shit on the internet about King. Y'all gotta understand, bro. I done dealt with CPS twice dealing with King. I done went through some shit dealing with this nigga, man. I went through it dealing with John. Y'all don't even understand it. Y'all don't understand it. Like, don't nobody understand that part. Everybody see the bad shit from this dude. Don't nobody see you got Say Cheese all from that. They posting this shit. Why y'all ain't posting these projects? Why y'all ain't posting this shit that matter? Why y'all ain't posting helping a black nigga out? You know what I'm saying? Why? I get it. Y'all gotta pay y'all bills. I respect the game. I respect the game. Y'all gotta pay y'all bills. Laugh at Finesse. You know what I'm saying? I be a clown. All right. Laugh at Finesse. It's all good. It's all good. I know it's what y'all want to see. So anyway, the lady went and put a charge on me, man. She went and put a misdemeanor on me, man. They charged Lil Ju. They charged me and Lil Ju. She got me and Lil Ju fucked up. The only thing that got me fucked up is one, because it's violent. They said, I'm saying, she went and told them that we told her that we'll shoot her in the face. I mean, what she said we said? Shot in the face? Or what she say we told her we'll do to her? I can't remember. It's in the affidavit, but she said something about what we'll do to her. She's trying to say, she told the police that we said we'll shoot her in the face. Like, and that was my thing. I'm more hurt that a motherfucker lied on us. I'm more hurt that a motherfucker lied on me that I helped. That's what I'm fucked up about. I'm fucked up about, I can see if I actually did something to you. I can see if I actually did something to you, and then I'd be like, I brought it on myself. But ain't nobody did shit to you. And then you done went to 2-3 different, this is how you know that you jealous and you bitter. King Daddy told me, you went to 2-3 different precincts. The first 2 precincts did not want to do it because
Yo, these Katie's are fire. Bro, you work here?
Whatever, kid. Take notes.
yo, they felt like it was a family issue going on. You went to another precinct and told them that I was a rapper and this, that, and the third more times, and I can get you hurt and all that old shit, and that's what made them folk put that charge on me. That's what did that. That's what did. My lawyer already told me the whole play, and then on top of that, to make matters worse, King told them too. King told them the same thing. Everything that you told them, King sat up there and told the police questioned King. It's in the report. The police questioned King about what happened. King told them everything, man. King told them everything that can happen and everything that been going on in my house. I ain't gonna put all that on social media, but y'all know what y'all did. Y'all told them folk, but y'all don't understand that I'm having this pay. Them lawyers gonna let me know what's going on, man. Y'all dead wrong for putting the police on me like that, bro. And I'm finna get the fuck up out here, bro. But y'all dead wrong, bro. I ain't did shit but help y'all, bro. I ain't did shit. I'm talking about when it come to everybody that I cut off, bro. Everybody did nothing but help them folk. They just wanted more. I ain't have more to give. I ain't have more to give. Y'all want me to give a motherfucker everything, then what I'ma do? So now I ain't a real nigga just because I cut a motherfucker off because they greedy and they don't want to work. I ain't no real nigga because of that. I ain't no real nigga because I cut a motherfucker off because they was pillow talking about me. I'm a bitch ass nigga just because I cut a motherfucker off because they don't want to go get no money. Nigga don't want to get no money, do nothing. I don't want you around me, nigga. Fuck wrong with y'all. I'm fake because I cut a motherfucker off because they ain't straight. Like I'm just supposed to let a motherfucker sit around me and kill me. Like I'm just supposed to just sit around and just wait on the cross. Oh, everybody always got something bad to say about it because I ain't going. Fuck. I ain't going for this shit. I ain't going for this shit.
You spoke it. Get off.
I'll be out in a minute.
Don't make me report you live.
Man, I'll be out there in a second.
Get reported. You locked it up. Like I don't know how to get in there. Get that hand in. I wouldn't say I was getting in there.
No, it's just a simple fact, bro. Y'all don't understand. Wait, bro, I'm gonna get off. Shit. Real talk, bro. Y'all don't understand, bro. Everybody, all y'all, bro. All y'all, bro. All y'all, bro. And before I go in, I'm finna get off here. I'm finna get off this junk. And before I go in, before I turn myself in, I'm gonna let it be known too. My Uncle Jerome, you a bitch ass nigga too, bro. Real talk, bro. I'm earning everything out, bro. All shit I been want to say, bro. Bro, you be going around talking about a nigga, bro, like I ain't your nephew, bro. You a bitch ass nigga, bro. I offered you a chance, bro. I offered you a job, bro. You don't want to accept what a nigga got to give you. Y'all want to come around a nigga and set y'all own stipulations like this. Y'all campaign. I work hard for this shit. You can't come around me and just sit still. Oh, I don't feel like I should have to talk to him. You my nephew. No, this a business though. This how business go, man. And you sitting around here running around talking about other niggas. I ain't never talked about nobody to you, bro. You, Big A, BB, all y'all. I never talked to nobody about y'all, bro. I ain't never did y'all like that, bro. Never, bro. I ain't nobody. I'm finna get off. I promise to God I'm finna get off. But I'm just saying these folks need to know that. They need to know, but I ain't never said nothing about to you, nobody around me. I never, Lil Jew, I never went to talk to Lil Jew about nobody around. I never did that. I dealt with these folks accordingly. I ain't wrong.
Well, we not. But you upset yourself.
But I know I ain't wrong, though. These folks need to know that shit ain't right. I ain't wrong. These folks need to know. Because I'm tired of motherfuckers running to the internet with all the false narratives, painting these pictures about me like I ain't straight. And I'm a good nigga. And they putting the word out there like I ain't never fucked with them, did nothing for them. This shit with Jerome been on my heart for a long time. I see them all in dude comments. Oh shit, don't forget what I did for him. He don't even know I see this shit. You gonna talk about me like that, and then when I see you act like you love me and embrace me and all this shit.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you thinking about buying a franchise business? Don't. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Faruqi, and just imagine waking up tomorrow and knowing your income is not limited by your time anymore. No more choosing between providing for your family or serving the ummah. No more saying no when your local masjid needs donors.
I'm too old to be.
Nobody wins when the family feels.
He's shot in the face. Where you want me to pour the water at? Your mouth? Cut on, baby. Oh, shit. We calling the police for you, okay? Just lay down. Just lay down. Ooh, lay down, baby.
I can't believe niggas got the fucking audacity, man. Shit be crazy. I ain't have to plan a motherfucking funeral. I ain't gonna lie. Cause the niggas that I be with hit shit.
All right, Pamela, we need to get to breaking news now, just in from Detroit's west side, where a driver is shot at 8 Mile and Telegraph in what could be another case of road rage.
Niggas ain't even got no eyes. Who y'all talking about in them songs? I got an eye, can't look me eye to eye, cause one of his shit gone.
Bad. Lucky got hit in her shit. Dang got hit in this shit. Boom got hit in this shit. Pay got hit in this shit. Lonnie got hit in this shit. Rudy got hit.
From a concern. Have a conversation with him. See what led up to this. Talk about his story. The same we talk about a man who was shot 10 times on 3 different occasions and still lived to tell his story. A man who collaborated with the well-known rapper T Grizzly and also had the opportunity to sign him. But after a fallout over a female, which he later discussed, it seemed that was no longer possible. Not to mention, this a man who's being dissed by a generation under him from a handful of rappers. Today we hear from him, go over his story, and see where he stands today. But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I don't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. Find me, LOM Rudy. The LOM stand for loyalty over money. He from Inkster, Michigan.
Up to For Show Mag, we in the middle of Inkster in Compton right now. Yeah, growing up in Inkster is like growing up in shit, any other hood for real. It's just like a smaller Detroit type shit for real. We got a bunch of different hoods like every other hood got. We got everything any other city got for real. Motherfuckers be like, how you in the middle of the ghetto, but you surrounded by all of those like suburban areas. You got Garden City, Dearborn, Canton, Romulus, all like surrounding us, but we like our own like little big city type shit.
Mom jeans. She passed them down to you. But who passed them to her? Let Ancestry help you piece together your story with a family history membership and detailed DNA results. Save now at Ancestry.
When it come to his rapping, he known for rapping about getting some money, making some paper. And tracks like 56 Bars Part 2, you can hear it clearly.
I done seen more chickens than Wingstop. Love when I put that hook in her like Kareem shot. I done made it tricky with the blow.
Also having tracks like Checkmate, featuring Payroll Giovanni and Babyface Ray, with over 500,000 views and counting.
With compliments, they keep boosting my confidence. Our boss meetings be like parent-teacher conferences. Look, I mean...
And I'm sure by now you notice the permanent scar on the left side of his face. Well, being a man in the streets with having paper, you stick out like a sore thumb. Most of the time, it draw negative attention. And that's what it did for Rudy. Now, it's documented that Rudy had a well-known public dispute with the Cash Game member named 24 Lee, a guy who we covered last year for getting caught with a switch outside the booty club. And this managed to get on social media. But just 2 years prior to this, Rudy had just got shot in Houston after leaving a small venue, who we'll later talk about. Now back in his hometown, Rudy seemed to have a public dispute with a well-known rapper that's a generation under him. Check out the live.
I can't believe niggas got the fucking audacity, man. Shit be crazy. I ain't have to plan a motherfucking funeral. I ain't gonna lie. Cause the niggas that I be with hit shit. Niggas that I be with hit shit, man. Scientifically fucking proven, man. Scientifically proven. Flip the camera and make it that. Come on now. What the fuck is we world dumbest criminals? Think we got? Damn, you think it's gonna be that easy? Don't worry. So whoever get the drop on who first, man. You already know. You seen what I'm on yesterday. You already see what I'm trying to find niggas. That's one thing you gotta know. It's time for a demonstration. Fucking kids. That, man. I like that, man. If you're not in here lying, I like that. I respect that type of shit. I wish you could have been if that's what you want, I wish you could have been on this side and not the other side, man. Cause we love niggas that get on that type of shit over here, man. If don't nobody tell you nothing, they can't say that one thing that we have over here is a lot of niggas that be on that shit. We commend niggas for that type of shit, man. Well, hey, I hate that if you on there, that if you be on that you over there with them niggas, it would have been cool, man.
Yeah, niggas act wild, catch you fast round. Nigga lying all the time, you captain gown. If you ain't coming with my niggas, nigga patty.
It wasn't 100, bro. It was 13 of them. I counted. It was 13 of them. Hey, you gotta send that to my phone. Milk, I ain't got it on my phone. They ain't put no 100 in my shit. They put 13 in my shit, dog. Come on now, don't be lying, dog. Don't be lying. They put 13 in there. $200 in the bag, that's a week worth. I ain't run. I drove off, and cause I had my son in the car, motherfucker. But I ain't running from nothing. Fuck, I'm supposed to sit there while bullets flying at me, niggas. You slow? You ever had bullets through at you before? Do you sit there? Hell no. I don't even think I had my stick on me either. And I had my son in the car, motherfucker. I fear for my life every day. I look, this to go back a big statement, man. A big demonstration. I ain't gonna know where it came from when it happened, but hey. But hey, man. Everybody be safe and just stay dangerous, bro. Everybody just be safe and stay dangerous, man.
Now, unfortunately, that live didn't age well. Because just weeks after that, Rudy would be gunned down while driving his vehicle. Once again, Rudy was inside his vehicle, driving on the west side of Detroit. He was shot up, shot in his eye, later crashing into the woods. But thank God he survived.
Shot in the face. Where you want me to pour the water at? Your mouth? Hold on, baby. Oh, shit. We calling the police for you, okay? Just lay down. Just lay down. Ooh, lay down, baby.
Ever feel like creation should just flow? With Wix, that's exactly what it does. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful.
All right, Pamela, we need to get to breaking news now, just in from Detroit's West Side, where a driver is shot at 8 Mile and Telegraph in what could be another case of road rage.
The shooting then caused the driver to crash. Tim Pamplin is on the scene with the night cam.
This breaking news occurring along 8 Mile near Telegraph, that's Southfield on that side of 8 Mile Road. As we turn around and zoom into the woods there, you see the tail lights of a car. The driver of that vehicle shot multiple times, I'm being told, at least once in the head. He was picked up by Detroit police, taken to an area hospital. Now, as I pan down the road, look at all these evidence markers. 16, I think I counted, shell casings down there. Detroit police on this side of the road, checking out the green light camera. I'm hearing this might have all been caught on one of their surveillance cameras. So again, this is westbound 8 Mile closed at Telegraph as Southfield police investigate this possible road rage shooting, which has sent one man to the hospital with multiple gunshot wounds. We'll have updates overnight at Click on Detroit and first thing in the morning on Local 4 News today. That's for seen along 8 Mile near Telegraph with the night cam. Tim Pamplin, Local 4.
Shortly after, different artists in the city affiliated with Cash Gang was claiming that hit. Even T Grizzly briefly spoke on it.
Niggas ain't even got no eyes. Who y'all talking about in them songs? I got an eye, can't look me eye to eye, cause one of his shit gone.
Hey, you seen Dog Face on Facebook? Face shot. Hey, you seen that nigga face on Facebook? Face shot.
Hit in this shit, Boom got hit in this shit, Pay got hit in this shit, Lonnie got hit in this shit, Rudy got hit in this shit.
So now you caught up on his story? Check out the interview.
Welcome to the Family TV. Who we got a privilege of speaking with today?
Hello, and Rudy, man.
Fam, how you feeling?
I'm feeling cool, man. I can't complain at all, bro.
Man, I appreciate you chopping it up with us. Yeah, nah, for sure. You got a crazy story. But for those who don't really know you, tell them where you from.
I'm from Inkster, but if a motherfucker from out of town asks, I say Detroit because everybody be most familiar with the Detroit area. But I'm from Inkster. It's about 15, 20 minutes outside of Detroit. It's typically the same thing, just a smaller city.
We got a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, of course, you recently went viral for an incident where you were shot in the face. We're going to talk about that, but I want to talk from the beginning, man. I want to start from the beginning. Growing up, man, Inkster, how was it for you?
Inkster was like, it was like a teach myself kind of thing. Like I always been, I ain't gonna say always been on my own, but you know, I had to like, my father was in prison for majority of my life. So I had to like kind of teach myself a lot of stuff. So I kind of grew up in the streets. So the streets taught me the majority of the shit that I knew and know. So growing up out there, it was survival of the fittest, just like many other places, honestly.
Was it any rapper from the D that you looked up to or listened to that inspired you to rap?
I wasn't really thinking about rapping like when I was younger. That more so came about like, you know, as I grew up and was older and started becoming a fan of like Team Eastside and Doughboys. And, you know, I kind of got familiar with Blade and Wine and all of them as I was, you know, a little bit or around the same time as them. So I kind of say, yeah, all of them for real kind of like motivated me and inspired me kind of more so as I got older once I see motherfuckers making money off the shit.
So what year did you start rapping?
I think 2011, if I ain't mistaken. Yep, 2011.
It was one track that I heard. It was hard, fool. The Blueprint, that was your tape or that was a song?
The Blueprint was a song with T and the group LOM that I was in before I started doing my solo thing.
What year was that?
That had to be about 2011, 2012. That was early on, like some of the first shit that we did for real.
How was your relationship with T at that time?
It was cool at that time.
At that time?
Yeah, it was cool at that time.
It's crazy because now I saw a couple of interviews that you did and even your response saying that time, it was like that's a touchy subject you don't really like speaking on.
I mean, I'm not really, you know, I don't really like feeding into the negative shit or like, you know what I'm saying? I'm one of the people like if it ain't really gonna make no difference in my life speaking on it, or touching on the other people like talking about it, of course, because it's like it's some clickbait shit. Everybody want to know what's going on, what we got going on. But I was a big fan of his. He was a big fan of mine. I feel like I fucked with him heavy enough to where some stuff shouldn't have happened, but some lines got crossed, and that's how we ended up where we at. It's not no beef or nothing, but we just don't really deal with each other on that aspect.
Fam, you had an opportunity to sign him one day?
Yeah, I was fucking with T like early on. So, I think his problem with me was while I was in prison, he came home and he was like, how much money y'all to give me type shit. And me not knowing the music business at the time, I'm just throwing a number out there that I got right now. Like I'm locked up, my man's PC, who my business partner, he he be mad about it to this day. Like, damn, we could have signed him with the Whoop before he blew up. But, I was just throwing a number out there, and it kind of was a low number, but I'm just like, shit, this the cash that I got on hand, and we about to have to put all the money up for everything else you need. He kind of might have took that the wrong way, and that's how we ended up where we at.
You think that started the friction?
Yeah, I guess, people that, my thing be people that don't understand. You can't really talk business to people that don't understand business. And I thought I knew business back then, and I really didn't. As far as the music, I've been hustling and doing business in the streets my whole life. But when it comes to that aspect, I kind of threw a bullshit number out there, and I didn't know. And I can take full accountability for that. You know what I'm saying? But
That's real. Because I was going to ask you, right now. The rumor was 35. You can say yeah or nay, but I will ask you, looking back at it, if you was offered that, would you feel offended and would you would have went with it?
Wake up, rested. Wow, the day just clicks.
I wouldn't feel offended knowing, like, I was genuinely coming from a place of sincerity. This probably all the money that I probably had to my name at the time. I'm in federal prison at this time when he come home. You know what I'm saying? And we had talked about it, been writing to each other back and forth, letters and all type of shit. And this, I ain't never talked about this to nobody, by the way. Like, this the first time that they ever gonna hear some shit like this. So I think I told him 2,500, you know what I'm saying? And, we had been writing multiple letters back and forth. Like, me and T had a relationship before he went to prison, before I went to prison, and him being spiteful while I'm locked up, my gullible ass baby mama, he goes and fucks her. Like, so that's where, you know what I'm saying? So that's where everything, come, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, from what I'm hearing, that was a big thing in your backyard. Was you surprised how big it got?
Yeah, I was very surprised at how big that got. Like, I'm like, damn, like he was within arm's reach. Like, this was somebody that I was talking to a lot. Like I say, I was a big fan of his. He was a big fan of mine. We was talking to each other every day. I remember he called and rapped first day out to me on the phone. Like, this was some months before he came home. So to see him take off like that, that was like damn, like that really was something I feel like, damn, I could have been a part of this. But the show must go on.
Say y'all cross paths. There's no cameras on. There's nobody around. How would that conversation be?
It would be normal. We know so many mutual people. We didn't send words to each other before, and like, we grown now. I can't say that we would be the best of friends, but I'm a businessman. It won't stop us from doing no business. You know what I'm saying? It's water under the bridge. I cried about that shit in jail. I ain't gonna lie, like that shit hurt my feelings. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely can do business, but I ain't gonna say we can be buddy now. Like, I don't fuck with her. It's totally different now. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't give a fuck if he go do whatever the fuck he wanted to do to her now. But back then, that was I was in love. I was young. You know what I'm saying? This in 2016, going into 2017. So we damn near 9 years later.
Right. Well, in a music aspect, right? Because I know the people in your backyard, especially who I got a huge audience who from there. I have to ask this. Peasy debut album, 2013, a track called Quit.
Yeah.
Was there some type of tension from that
No,
trap?
hell, no, not at all. Back then, everything was everything. This was I feel like I think I'm almost positive I introduced T to Peasy. Like I'm how they met, and I met T through my man's Gutter. Like Gutter brought T to me. Like, man, you gotta hear this little nigga. Like I ain't never heard nobody talking like this. So no, I definitely wasn't no friction. Like back then, I knew he was the one. Like I had never heard nobody talking how he was talking. I'm like he beyond his time. Like crazy.
Did you feel any type of way not being on Quick 2 or Too Quick?
No, I'm not one of the type of people that I don't like hold grudge. Well, I will hold a grudge, but I'm not really, I don't really hold people accountable. At that time, T was in a whole nother space, and I know Peasy was trying to get to where he was at. So I never ain't gonna hold nobody back from getting their money. Like do what you gotta do to get your money. That's what all this shit is about at the end of the day.
Fam, I heard you briefly speak about you was incarcerated during that time. Can you briefly talk about that?
I was in jail I turned myself in August 9th, 2016, and I came home March 6th, 2018. I went to jail. I was in the feds for 14 months for access device fraud. And while I was on pretrial for my access device fraud case, I caught manufacturing and delivering over 50 grams of heroin charge. I got caught with 200 grams of heroin, and that ran concurrent with my federal case. So when I got done with my federal case, I had to go to the state to get my number.
What year did you come home?
I came home 2018.
2 years later, you in Houston.
Yep.
Reports of an armed robbery.
Yep. Niggas tried to take my watch. Well, shit, I had my chains on at the time too, but they tried to take my watch.
Where you was at?
Leaving Seaside, a club down there.
At that time, you end up getting shot.
Yeah, 5 times. No, 4 times.
4 times.
Yeah.
God, the biggest, because you right here speaking with us right now.
Yeah, for sure.
You mind briefly telling the audience how was that situation and what was going through your head when you got shot?
I was down in Houston for my little brother Dante 21st birthday. I'm down there with my mama, my auntie, my little brother, a couple friends. But at the time, my mama and my auntie wasn't with us. So we just at the club partying, just having a good time. I'm not thinking nothing. I don't got no problems in Houston with no niggas and nothing. I'm just away from the crib. I'm thinking I'm too comfortable down there, relaxed. I'm leaving out the club. I'm walking to the car. Shit, 2 niggas with masks just run up on me like, take that watch off. And the nigga, he had the gun so close to my motherfucking head, my first reaction was to grab it because I'm thinking he about to shoot me. So as I'm grabbing it and we touched him with the gun, the second nigga started shooting me. So I damn near dropped to the ground, and my first thing that I could think of, so these niggas won't keep shooting me or try to take my motherfucking jewelry up off of me, I roll up under I think we was in a Suburban at the time, I rolled up under the car. And I think the niggas ran away because the people that I was with was like coming out the club. Shit, that's all. Well, I ain't gonna say that's all I remember. Shit, after that, I rolled from under the car. My man see I'm shot. We jump in the car. I think the hospital was about 7 minutes away. Shit, they ended up getting me to the hospital, and shit, that was that for real.
Man, it's crazy. I'm listening to the story, right? Thank God your man was there to be able to take you to the hospital 7 minutes away, because we don't know.
Yeah, I got shot. I actually got shot in my cheek, my neck. I was bleeding out my neck. Like the girls that we was in the car with was having to like put pressure on my motherfucking neck so I don't bleed out. But I didn't feel myself like going unconscious or nothing yet, so I was trying to stay as calm as possible. But yeah, they got me there quick.
So at that time you said you were shot in the face and neck?
Yep, I got shot in the jaw, the neck, the chest that time, and where the fuck else did I get shot? My thigh. Wait, no, I didn't get shot in my thigh that time. Where the fuck was the 4th time? I think in my chest.
You feel like that was a play? Meaning that was a...
Yeah, hell yeah. Somebody in the club definitely told them that I was about to walk out. Somebody put that together. I don't know who, I was with people that I knew personally. So it was just, shit like that happen out of town, man. It don't be, that shit happen everywhere, bro. It don't matter where you at. I got on a $75,000 watch just down here playing in these niggas' backyard. And, it's people that don't got 75 cents in their pocket. So they gonna do whatever they got to get it. That's just how this shit go.
What was your mental during your recovery stage?
time, my support system is real big, man. I was just happy to be alive, man. As far as recovery, I had to go to therapy. Shit, I had to go to therapy the second and third time, but my therapy that time was a little, rough. I literally had to teach myself to walk. I couldn't walk, at first. So I had to do all of that shit over, and my motherfucking, I lost a lot of weight. I was down there in the hospital for 2.5 weeks. They was feeding me through tubes and shit. So that recovery process was a little different than the other one.
Fast forward 2 years later, man, you back home.
Yep.
2022.
April 20th.
How that morning look like for you?
Normal, man. I wasn't thinking nothing of it. I had ran into a few people. Like I said, to this day, my mans be like, "Man, I can't believe that shit happened. You had just left me and told me you was about to go to the pop-up shop." Like everything was normal until it wasn't.
I believe this is the viral clip that's circling around on social media. This incident.
Yeah, that's the one.
And you were shot in the face and left eye.
Yeah, only in the left eye. That wasn't not the face and the left eye, just the left eye. Left eye twice in the back of my shoulder, my elbow, and my thigh.
Was that a robbery?
No, that wasn't a robbery. No,
So
that was an assassination attempt.
Why you feel like you got that much smoke on your shoulders in your backyard?
Man, it just the top, man. At the top, man. Everybody wants your spot, dog, and it ain't. I ain't gonna say that I've been a saint out here. I don't be just going around doing nothing to people, unless a motherfucker do something to me. But that situation stemmed from something that happened a while back, man, and people just felt some type of way about it, and people try to take on other people, beefs or situation, and that just came out of nowhere. That came from some motherfuckers that I ain't never seen a day in my life. The people that I have issues with, they've never seen me in person. I've never seen them in person. That's how crazy shit is already.
I recently did a video of a dude who just came home from your backyard. He was a rapper. And a couple of comments you was mentioned.
What, Rondé shit?
Yeah. Did you have a relationship with him?
No, I just met Rondé when he just came home. Rondé cool. We fuck with the same people. We got mutual people.
Oh, so it's just music?
Yeah. We don't got no issues or nothing. Rondé cool.
Do you have any tension with anybody in the city or something?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it tension. I don't have any tension. Like people might have issues with me. So that, like, outside of me being shot, nothing ain't ever happened to me. I haven't lost anybody on my side, or other people have. So they might feel some type of way, but I don't have no tension. Like, the only thing that's ever happened to me was my eye situation. Like I said, my other incident was in Texas. That don't got nothing to do with no niggas here. I've been shot in 2014 here, but that situation, it had something to do with this situation last time, but that person is no longer around.
What do Cash Game mean to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. They way younger than me, you know what I'm saying? I don't really be paying that shit no attention to me, man. That shit don't do it don't really, to get my attention, man, it gotta be something they gotta do with some money or something. Like, it don't gotta be like I say, I ain't lost nobody or nothing. Other people have. So I don't feel the same way that they might feel, you know what I'm saying?
So you familiar that you've been mentioned in a couple songs?
Yeah, a lot of songs. They don't do nothing but talk about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the topic of, and these is people, they've never seen me before. Like, if you did some interviews on me, be like, have y'all ever seen him before? And when a nigga say no, we ain't never seen him before. We just don't like him. Like, it sound crazy.
Do you feel like you gotta move strategic in the city, or do you feel love where you from, or how does that change? How did that situation change you?
I feel more hate than love, but I feel like I don't gotta just move strategic in the city. I gotta move strategic everywhere. Like, it ain't just a Michigan thing. Like, I don't want to sound arrogant or cocky or nothing, but I got people to take care of, and I feel like I'm the bag. You gotta protect the bag at all times. So, I feel like I gotta move strategic anywhere, not just here.
Also, back in your personal growth since then, right? You still dropping music. You got music that you just dropped. We'll make sure I leave the link in the bio for those who want to check it out. Looking back, right? How you feel like you could change the narrative?
I don't think it could be changed. I don't think it was no way around the incidents that happened. I feel like everything happens for a reason. And I'm the type of person just to, I'm not gonna ever dwell on the negative stuff, but I'm always looking up a way to turn a negative into a positive. Like anything to turn some shit into something that's gonna get some money is what that's just my instinct with everything. So I don't really want to change the narrative. Like I ain't, I'm not out here just beefing with people, talking like I want to kill motherfuckers and they can't like I'm unfuckwittable, like I can't be touched or none of that shit because I know I can. It didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's not the narrative that I'm pushing. I'm just pushing keep hustling, don't stop, get the money. Like that's my thing.
Fam, how many times in total was you shot?
The last time you said just like overall.
And overall, all three scenarios. It was 3 different occasions, right?
Yep, 10. Once the first time, 4 the second time, 5 the third time.
Looking back, knowing that you still here, you feel like you got a purpose?
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
What you think that purpose is?
Help other people, and shit. Show these niggas that it ain't nothing that they can do to stop this shit. That's be my main thing. That's why I'm doing this interview. That's why I just like being in these niggas' faces. Like, damn, dog, this nigga still going. Like, this shit just it hurt people's feelings, and that's what I was like. That's what I do this shit the most for. Like, it ain't nothing you can do to stop this shit.
So, upcoming, what you got going on?
I just dropped my Checkmate album on Friday that just passed. I'm working on a deluxe. I actually got an interview coming up next week with Sean Cotton from Say Cheese. I got a documentary that I'm working on. I was in a TV series the middle of last year called Top of the City that's supposed to be dropping. I got my own app about to drop, like all type of shit, man. I'm writing for other artists. Like it's all type of shit going on. It's like a endless list. I could go on for a long ass time.
That's hard, fam. Fam, you know you got purpose, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't survive the first time. You know, the fact that you still here. Would you still encourage all this dissing going on in your backyard?
I don't encourage it. I personally don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea, but hey, man, to each his own, that ain't my thing. I say certain things in my music because that's just how I feel at the time. But, I don't, it's people that make songs and I be the main topic, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's a good idea, especially the fact that, all of this dissing going on and, ain't nothing else happened to nothing but, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's other things that need to get talked about or did before people keep on making me the topic of discussion.
For the young one looking up to you growing up, what you telling them right now?
Man, keep your distance from these niggas. They snakes, from friends to enemies to, just and grind and stay in your own lane, man. Don't look on nobody to I ain't gonna say help you because everybody needs a little bit of help, man. But for the most part, you gotta do this shit yourself, man, and stay consistent and don't give up because it get hard. And when life give you lemons, man, make lemonade, make the best out of that shit. Turn a negative into a positive, and don't be afraid to ask motherfuckers for help. If you're getting it from the right people, man. I wish I would have had certain people in my corner and had people to help me with what I got going on. I feel like I could have avoided a lot of situations and I would be a lot further than I am right now. But everything happens in due time, and I feel like I'm headed in the direction I'm supposed to be headed in.
When you hear people dissing, saying they did this to you, do you be believing this?
I don't be believing it when it's 8 different niggas saying they did something, and I personally know the one person that might have. You know what I'm saying? That shit sound good for music, and and get your money if that's what the young age group is feeding into. If they believe that shit and you making money off of it, do your thing. But that shit leads to that shit open a whole can of worms, man, that people don't be ready for. And and even when music die down 3-4 years from now and people got to get jobs and all of this shit. They not hanging with 20 niggas like they used to. All of this shit, it be shit going on, man. And you know, hey man, it's you know.
Normally when they got shot, man, they know why.
Right.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know why you got shot?
Yeah, I know why I got shot. Motherfuckers want my spot, man, and motherfuckers, you know, man, a nigga get, not even a little nigga, anybody get a lot of credit, man, saying they killed Rudy, bro. Like it's been, and them just the times that I got shot. Like it's been attempts, it's been way more attempts than that. Them just been the times that I got hit. Like, you know, it's been other shit that didn't happen. You know, I've been going through this shit since I was 14, 15 years old. So it's not a good, I don't want to say that I'm accustomed to it, but you know, I've been dealing with motherfuckers trying to take my spot forever. So, you know, I hate to say that I'm used to it, you know, but it helped me move how I'm moved today. I know where to go, where not to go, who to be around, who not to be around. Just, you know, I just taught myself how to live with it.
For the outside people looking in, how can you explain Inkster? Like the neighborhood? Is it north, east, south, or is it?
Basically, we got like north, east, south, but we call it different things. We got Compton, we got the east, we got ATA, Saigon, the Gardens. You know, it's just like Detroit in a sense, just smaller.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, fam. Hey, man, I appreciate this time, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. You got an exclusive. You got an exclusive.
No, I ain't even gonna hold you. I can't wait for the audience to hear this, man. It's just not only just to hear your story, and of course for your fans and people who are not aware and may want to check you out now. It's the fact that, fam, I don't care if it's not some. Hopefully, it's one that's real listening to you. That's gonna say, nah, I mess with home. I ain't even going. You right. I don't even want to hang with homes today. I'm gonna do my own thing because we can't. It's hard to trust out here. You know, for sure. But nah, though. Anything else you want to say to the fans or your audience before you get up out of here?
Man, I just appreciate everybody supporting me. For all the newcomers, man, y'all go back and check out all the old shit, man. And, you know, I want everybody that's coming, you know, just people that come in and latch on to my story about me getting shot and stuff. And then they start, you know, they listen to the music and fuck with the music. You know, I want people to come for the music and not just the, you know, the negative shit that happened.
Hey, fam, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a fan now.
Yeah.
I heard when Dave sent me the music, I'm like, damn, y'all got y'all own sound, but it's like the fact you real distinctive in your raps, you know what I'm saying? It's like it give you that, it make you want to go get some paper.
Yeah, for sure.
It make you want to go get some paper, y'all. And
that's my main purpose. That's why I do it, because I want niggas to go get some money, not all that drill shit, shoot them up, bang, bang. That ain't my shit, man. That ain't what I'm, you know, doing it for.
Nah, for real, man. Hey, fam. Hey, as we wrap this up, LOM, loyalty over money.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody be saying Lime Rudy. It's LOM Rudy. LOM's loyalty over money, because that was the group that I was in, so that's where that came from.
Okay, cool. Hey, Rudy, I appreciate you, fam. Make sure you lock us in. We good money. We're gonna stay in touch, fam. Anything you got going on in the future, feel free to reach out. We're gonna make sure we support.
Yeah, I got you, man. I'm supporting y'all too, man. I'm fucking with y'all.
I appreciate it.
All right, no problem, bro.
There you have it, fam. This was the story of a Michigan man who rapped and got one hell of a story. As mentioned, he got a purpose. He's talking about a man who survived being shot 10 times on 3 different occasions. Let me know how you guys feel about this one in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Until then, I'll catch you guys on the next one.